Is from around the world.
Good morning.
94.4 Spice.
Aseto. Members of Parliament have faulted the Ministry of Interior for what they term as failure to curb the perennial banditry attacks in Kerio Valley and Marakwet West. The lawmakers were reacting to a statement by the chairperson of the Security Committee, Peter Mwathi, that the government will not compensate families affected by recent killings in the region. This was in response to a statement on Marakwet West killings sought by area MP William Kesang, which attracted divergent opinions from MPs. The legislators feel that the government is not doing enough to end the banditry attacks in the area. According to the MPs, the delay by the government to redeploy national police reservists has caused untold suffering to the people in the region. The main suspect in the Mirema shooting incident, Dennis Karani, has been detained for 14 days to allow the police complete the murder investigations. This is after the prosecution applied for more time for investigations over the incident where Samuel Muga Muvota was shot dead. Karani Monday surrendered to police after presenting himself to the Directorate of Criminal Investigations. Now, Deputy President William Ruto says the bottom-up agenda is a blueprint for creating an enabling environment for economic change in the country. Speaking during a tour of Kwale County, the DP said, "We must generate more opportunities as a nation and that Kenya Kwanza will start with helping farmers, young people, mamambogas and other small business." The DP also toured the Lumo Community Wildlife Conservancy, accompanied by Governors Alfred Mutua, Salim Vuria, Amason Kingi, and held consultations with the people of Taita Taveta. Still on matters politics, and Western leaders affiliated to Kenya Kwanza Alliance pitched camp in the region to mobilize support for Deputy President William Ruto ahead of the August elections. Led by ANC party leader Musalia Mudavadi, Ford Kenya boss Moses Wetangula, the leaders held a series of rallies as they embarked on a 4-day offensive chairman of the region. Speaking in Lumakanda, Teso North, Khoisero, Shinyalu, Hamisi and Mount Elgon, Mudavadi said they will traverse the region and ensure they deliver over 90% of the votes to Deputy President William Ruto. He said they are working to ensure that Kenya Kwanza wins the election in round 1 to save the country from more expenses in the event of a runoff. And the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party presidential running mate Martha Karua took the Azimio campaigns to Laikipia County as the coalition's presidential hopeful Raila Odinga campaigned in Western region. Karua, who was accompanied by Agriculture CS Peter Munya, said their message to the electorate is on the need to remain united ahead of the August 9th polls. The Kenya party leader, who spoke at Nairobi, appealed to the people of Laikipia not to allow to be used as vessels of disunity. Karua hailed the Azimio flag bearer Raila Odinga and herself as reformist and urged Kenyans to elect leaders based on their records. And Azimio Coalition presidential hopeful Raila Odinga has promised to exempt persons with disabilities from paying tax on their income derived from employment. Currently, as the law provides, persons with disabilities are granted a tax exemption for the first 150,000 of their gross income. Speaking during the meeting with people with disabilities representatives, Odinga also said his admission will ensure free education from primary school to university while pushing up the quota for the people with disabilities employed in the public sector from the current 5% to 10%. And a petition seeking to bar former Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko from contesting in the Mombasa gubernatorial election has been filed at the High Court. The petitioners want the court to bar the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission from declaring or publishing Sonko in the Kenya Gazette as a candidate until a petition challenging his suitability is heard and determined. In an application, the petitioners say that the Wiper Democratic Movement Party is expected to forward Sonko's name to IEBC on the 28th of May 2022 as the party's candidate for the governor of Mombasa. To a sad story, and at least 18 young children and a teacher have died in a shooting at a primary school in South Texas. The 18-year-old gunman opened fire at Robb Elementary School in the city of Uvalde before he was killed by law enforcement. Investigators said the suspect was armed with a handgun, an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle, and high-capacity magazines. The teenager is suspected of shooting his grandmother at the start of the rampage. Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District Chief of Police Pete Arredondo said the shooting began at 11:32 local time and that investigators believe the attacker did act alone during the heinous crime. Our thoughts goes to the friends and families of those who lost their lives. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nyeri.
No, this wheelbarrow, how can you give people wheelbarrow? His party symbol is an umbrella. Is he distributing umbrellas in Makueni?
Have you been told if we don't lock between 10 to 4, this is what we're saving?
You try and call them, the same person who was in your house every day, because they know you are influential and you will give them votes. Call them after 1 month and see if they'll pick up their phone.
Don't tell your member of parliament that you want him to come and build a school, you want him to come and do a hospital. That is not the work of the member. Now that we have devolution in this country, these resources should go to those devolved units.
You have to have strong, independent institutions. And you have to have police who has the right to take the biggest town in the country and question, why did you do this and that, and send them to court if necessary.
Joel in Kericho, good morning.
Salama sana, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama kabisa. Mbunge wako ni nani?
Anaitwa Seriousness Martin, hapa ni Ainamoi.
Seriousness Martin, Ainamoi.
Yes. Sasa ile juma nampambia yeye nini? Amalize aende. Asante sana.
That's it.
The Situation Room. Kenya's biggest conversation.
What does it look like on these Nairobi streets? We have a little bit of traffic coming out of Mombasa Road. Actually, inbound on Mombasa Road, just around the Maradaima, not to forget that little nook, because you cannot turn at General Motors, is what is causing that. Other than that, it looks really good getting towards North Airport Road, out towards Outer Ring. Traffic is flowing freely, not a problem. It's at that time of the morning where there's not too much traffic on Jogo Road either. Looking good getting out into the city. Landy's clear and free. Spots of traffic here and there as you get towards the Kamkunji roundabout, but you should be all right. Let's take a look at the Thika Superhighway, where traffic is already starting to build up. Just past the Utali Drift is where you see the most of the action right now. Kiambu Road is still looking pretty good. You want to think about that in terms of getting off of it right now. We're going towards the Pangani Underpass, out towards the city. And then connecting with Muranga Road should not be too bad either. Coming out of Westlands, it looks pretty good. Shouldn't have an issue, but we're going to take a look in about half hour and see how things may change. If you haven't left, now's the time to do so. Still thinking about it, you might get stuck in jam. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's 9 minutes after 6. It's cold in here.
Hey. It's not just cold, one. I don't know what it is in the air.
I feel it in my fingers.
Something in the air, City.
Something in the air.
Explain.
Yes. Because I sleep soundly. Yet
you wake up soundly.
I wake up very soundly.
However,
I am still soundly tired.
That's the idea, actually.
The story of, remember this superstitious guy who told me that somebody's thinking about me.
Running in the air, that's why you must be tired.
So if I'm running in the guy's brain, I wake up tired. That's some logic also, surely.
Sheesh.
Siti umelima shamba ya mtu usiku mzima.
Yes, it looks like.
But this is a common thing across the country. People will tell you, you wake up feeling tired. So there are people who will tell you, probably somebody is, using you, come and take your spirit and go and make you work in their farm.
They do strange things.
So you come in the morning, you're very, very tired. It's because there's somebody whose farm has actually been tilled overnight.
And it is yourself.
And you are providing labor. So it's possible.
And it is you.
Sitting.
Yeah, that particular name I've heard.
So now that proverb that you're telling us, if you're not the one who tilled, don't talk. You can speak.
Because
clearly you're the one who worked at that farm. Ndu.
Sir?
And you, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
You haven't worked.
Sorry?
You haven't worked overnight in anyone's farm. Kama shamba yako imelimwa
I
sasa.
enter my bed, I sleep. I don't understand all this going to somebody's farm in the night.
Yeah.
No, please.
Because of what you eat, I don't know. Remember that story, City? I don't know
what you eat has a big effect on how you sleep and wake up the next day. I'm telling you. It
so
does.
now, do that interrogation.
City, what did you eat last night? When did you eat dinner? And what did you eat?
I ate dinner at around normal time, around 5. Yes.
What did you eat?
Chicken. Some funny vegetables.
Some funny ones.
The ones which give you life. And they're green in color. Then I had half a maize cob.
With the chicken.
You asked me what I ate, or asked me to describe what you would like. What you would like to eat.
Are you eating maize cob?
Yeah, thank you. With the chicken. Sorry. With the chicken and the vegetable, we had a maize cob.
No, the cob I didn't
Was there
eat.
maize on the cob?
The maize, the corn on the cob is what I ate.
Okay.
My apologies. I did not eat.
Kula vitu ya kuwasha moto.
Bwana. Nani?
If you crush it, nasikia iko na roughage mzuri.
Those are things we give pigs.
Wait a moment. Kwani mliniamkia leo?
I got nothing but love for you, City.
You guys woke up for me.
We woke up for you.
So that is what I ate. Now tell me, what is it that's causing the problem? The cob or the chicken?
No, but you slept well. And you woke up well. You said it yourself. You slept soundly. You woke up soundly, Abi?
No, I think this story of what was happening when I was asleep, I have to consider.
Now you must ask yourself the question. Huh? Food aside. When you went to sleep, of whom or what were you thinking? That made you tired?
Stop changing the topic. You're the one who brought this issue of food. Now you want us to do away with it.
Eric, how are you? Good morning.
Good morning.
You're also in the same boat.
I was tired until I had City stories.
Your exhaustion has flown out the window.
It's good to talk.
Abio.
You realize you're not doing so badly.
Coco, it's true.
You too. You wait. I'm going to visit you people in your dreams. You're going to wake up even more tired than me tomorrow.
Higher. Okay, 7 a.m. today, we are going to have a conversation. When is Africa Day? Africa Day. If you go to Zambia, the president of Zambia has decided to do something to commemorate Africa Day.
Yes.
He has decided, you know what? Africa Day is here. And what we're going to do in this country called Zambia is we are going to abolish the death penalty. Like that. Okay? So Africa Day.
The country will not kill you.
The country will not kill you.
You just die on your own.
Yes. We will help you speed up the process.
Yeah, no. We will not make it easier for you to die.
Yeah, we won't help you.
We won't fast track the process.
No.
Yeah. So today being Africa Day, in addition to what the president of Zambia has announced, we are going to have a conversation here on what it means. Irene Asua is the supports outreach at Ukombozi Library. She'll be here with us to talk to us about that. A movement coordinator at Africa Rising, Mohammed Lamin Saidi Khan, will also be here at 7 a.m. to have the conversation with us. At 8 o'clock, let's go back to the IEBC. Now we are keeping track of what's happening. Remember, voter registration happened. It was suspended until after the elections, okay? Now, what's supposed to be happening now is you're supposed to verify that the details that are in the voters register are the details that you wanted to be in the voters register. For example, your name, your ID, your county, your constituency, your ward, your polling center. It's important that you know that. Mm-hmm. How do you do that verification? We'll have the conversation with a commissioner at the IEBC, Irene Masit, who will be joining us at 8 a.m. to talk about verifying the voters register. At 9 o'clock, we talk about logistics from a global scale, global integrated logistics in the wake of COVID-19. And we'll have two officers from Maersk International, Head of Customer Experience Eastern Africa, Ruth Tabu, and Florence Bogwa, who's the Commercial and Sales Director for Eastern Africa area of Maersk. Maersk is that one with the ships and the containers. Maersk Alabama. Yeah, that one.
That is pronounced what again?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying Maersk.
Mm.
So they'll come and tell me maybe it's Maersk.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Or Maersk.
Or Maersk. Yeah, I remember the movie Maersk Alabama. No, the ship that was hijacked, Maersk Alabama, by pirates. Anyway, Ndo.
Yes.
In 1.5 minutes.
Okay, really quickly. 75. That's the number that we should be worried about in Kenya today. 75 new cases of COVID from a sample size of 2,248 gives Kenya a positivity rate of 3.3%. Again, it's the highest. Yes, it is. Yesterday, after some time, we saw the CS, Ministry of Health, come out on that podium and say, hey, guys, what's going on here? Can we please check this thing? 75 new cases has taken a jump from 13 the day before to 35 thereafter, and now to 75, almost double the number of cases in 24 hours.
Wow.
So we are seeing this going higher, and the question is, what on earth is going on? Highest cases in Nairobi, 59, Nyeri at 12, and Kiambu at 4. Neighboring counties, the question is, what is happening? And there's a call again to be very careful. Same day, however, we saw an increase in the uptake of vaccines. So is that what was necessary?
So there's more awareness.
Absolutely.
And alertness.
So there are more cases in the country, more folks are saying, okay, then if this is becoming a thing yet again, perhaps we need to go out and then get ourselves vaccinated and treated. 528 million is what we're looking at now. In terms of global numbers. And it seems that the pickle that the Prime Minister of Great Britain has found himself in is not yet over. There's been a report now that has been completed. Certain things have been said about what Boris Johnson was doing when there was supposed to be a lockdown in the country and the city of London.
In addition to hosting a party at the 10 Downing Street.
Plus he was drinking and he was doing all sorts of things. So now this report is going to be published today, and he's expected to also make a statement at the Commons today as well. Thereafter, they will know what they will do. This is not over just yet.
Wait. We are still on that issue of there was a party during COVID.
Absolutely. There was a party specifically during the lockdown. And Boris Johnson, who gave the order, who basically cancelled Christmas for many city residents, I mean the whole nation, he cancelled Christmas. And then you're here having a party and slugging it away.
Why are the people not having parties?
Now, but this one...
They were not supposed to.
They were not supposed to be.
Nobody was supposed to have a party.
Nobody was supposed to have a party?
Yes.
Tricky, isn't it?
And then you who gave the order is there.
Tricky, very tricky.
Hurrying away. It's a big problem. So we're going to find out what's going to happen. The report is going to be published today. He'll give a statement to the Commons, and then we will know thereafter. Abi?
He got a kind of reprieve. Remember, there was a lot happening in the UK. Ministers resigning, MPs decamping from his camp, and then Ukraine happened.
It's interesting that you should say that, because then, just a few days ago, then they found some pictures that nobody had before of him really partying it to the hilt. You know, throwing
These
his
people
glass up
are,
in
are,
the air.
are taking pictures of the Prime Minister and he's not aware his pictures are being taken.
It wouldn't be the first time that somebody took a picture at a party and then made it public.
Throw your hands in the air.
And wave them like you just don't care.
Don't care. It's 20 minutes after 6. We are live streaming the show on SpiceFM KE, YouTube and Facebook. Are you online? Say hello to us. We'll be doing our usual roll call shortly after we take a look at the weather forecasts.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Welcome to Spice FM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best
Mostly
mix
cloudy
of the
conditions in Nairobi at 16, highs of 26 today. It's partly cloudy at 15 in Nakuru, we'll see highs of 24 and lows of 14. 16 and cloudy in Nyeri, highs of 24 and lows of 15. And at 14 degrees, Eldoret is cloudy, highs of 22 and lows of 13. It's mostly cloudy this morning in Mombasa, highs of 31 and lows of 25. And it's already raining in Malindi at 27, we'll see highs of 31 and lows of 26. It's raining in Kisumu at 20, highs of 26 and lows of 18, and raining in Kakamega as well at 17. We'll see highs of 24 and lows of 15. Mostly cloudy conditions out in Kampala at 18, going to highs of 25. We'll see highs of 32 in a mostly clear Tanzania, Dar es Salaam at 23. 9 degrees and clear in Johannesburg, highs of 21 and lows of 8. While it's raining in Lagos this morning, quite heavy, highs of 31 and lows of 25 through Wednesday. Mostly cloudy conditions out in Kinshasa. We'll see highs of 31 and lows of 22. Taking a look into Beijing, it's early afternoon, 26 degrees. We'll see highs of 30 and lows of 14. It's a little cooler in Paris this morning at 9 degrees. It'll go to highs of 20. And we'll see highs of 18 in London, where it's currently clear at 10. 15 degrees till Tuesday night in New York. Coming into Wednesday, we'll see highs of 18 and lows of 12.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings.
All right, 22 minutes.
94.4 Spice
Everybody's
FM,
online
Nairobi.
this morning. And the question is, where did the screen go? We don't know. And there it is. No, it's not.
It's just gone like that.
It's decided it's not doing the thing.
Oh, no. Come on. Don't do that.
Let us try yet again and see where it went. Everybody is online. I know Ebubera Mamias was in online. Felista Muganda, I saw you there. Beta Ashley tuned in from Machakos this morning as well. Good morning to you. I know everybody's online, but the technology has decided you will not greet anybody today.
Rutherford Muganga says hello from Nakuru. Yes. Hello to you in Nakuru. Okay, we'll do. Once the technology wakes up, we'll acknowledge everybody. City, is yours okay, the technology?
The technology is perfect.
Very good.
It's called manual. Being well dressed does not prevent one from being poor. We're still in DRC.
Omo, do you know, it's just reminded me, la ville de les personnes d'élégantes. It's these.
The who?
I'm not surprised that quote, that proverb has come out of DRC. I'm telling you, there's a group of folks, doesn't matter what your status is in terms of...
But you dress to kill.
It is to
There
kill.
have been articles that have been done.
There have been documentaries done
dress.
on them.
Don't they just dress?
They really do.
You look, you say, yes, thank you very much.
Proper. It's not just dressing. It has got to have color.
Yeah, and it's
Style.
It's style. Yeah. It's the top, you know.
You know, I can see someone deriving happiness from that. I can see.
Proper.
It's good compensation. You feel good about yourself. Everything else takes second, third, fourth, and fifth place.
There's a guy in Kenya who also tries to be a supper. He dresses the same way, you know, matching from the hat to the shoe. If it's green, it's green.
It's very good.
Walks around town, carries mobile phone.
What does it call a sapu?
Sapu.
Spell?
Sapeur. Yeah.
Sapua. Okay.
Very good.
All right, that's a good proverb. Say it again.
Being well dressed does not prevent one from being poor.
Being well dressed does not prevent one from being
So poor.
poor. So let's look at the newspaper headlines. Remember, you can get access to premium content on the Standard Media, www.standardmedia.co.ke. Premium content that they're promoting today. Tales of betrayal, millions lost in power games. Shambolic primaries of destroyed careers left aspirants footing huge bills and loans. Still talking about people who have come out of the other side of the primaries poorer than they went in, with nothing to show for it. Yeah.
It's just beginning.
What?
It's just beginning. Given the number of people who showed an interest in competitive politics or elective politics, my friend, and the amount of money that people spend, the tragedy of the spending is that the more you spend, the more you feel you need to spend, because there's a feeling that whatever it is that you're gunning for is just around the corner.
Kumbe.
Yeah. It isn't, forget, not around the corner. It's a black cat in a black room. The only problem is there was no cat. Shida
kubwa.
Oi.
Anyway, it's there. My post and mentions. Up there. There you go.
Merci,
there
merci, monsieur.
Go.
Voilà. C'est fait. And all is at peace once again. Okay, let's say good morning to you guys. Berin Ogema. Good morning, Ndu, CT, and Latiff. Can't miss the show. Very good to have you. Kip Koech says, tune in from warm Dubai. Sabal Khair to you too, mashallah. Good morning, listening in from Narok. That's where Jacob Lucina is. And Robert Mbogo says, good morning. Kenyan Sheriff says, hello as well. Mombasa County waking up to a cool morning. Indeed, listening loud and clear. It's a chilly morning in County 014. See, that place where you normally go. Good morning from the Great Wall of Kino. That's where Eldero Jr. is. And Sky says, the way you slept soundly and woke up soundly is also listening soundly. Misasa. Amy says, good morning, tuned from Awasi. And Maureen Jola says she's also tuned in. Jothofu says good morning as well. And Walter says, glad to be in the room. Waskia Chibole also tuned in. And Europe is where Jonathan is listening in this morning. Paul Muga says, tuning from Chaka. And good morning, my favorite trio. City's night troubles made me laugh my ribs off early this morning. How many acres did you dig again? Tuned in live and direct from Thome.
A number. What?
Nothing. Just thinking.
You're thinking maybe it was Thome where you are. It has just clicked. Yeah, you saw Thome in your dreams. Oh, yeah. Let's look at the newspaper headlines.
Okay, so quite a number of things to look at today. So there's doom and gloom talk Sonko's bid. Wanted to look at that yesterday in a bit of detail, but I think we ran out of time. It's again been covered in the Standard today. Seems that everything short of the kitchen sink is being thrown at him. The High Court now slaps Sonko with fresh order stopping his bid. Former Nairobi governor, his woes were intensified after the High Court in Nairobi issued another order stopping him from vying in the August 9th election. Justice Anthony Mrima, surprise, surprise, issued an order selecting, or rather stopping the IEBC from receiving, considering, evaluating, or approving the nomination papers by Sonko to vie for the Mombasa governorship. So don't even allow them, don't even get them in your office. Talk less of having a look or even a think about it. Just stop it. The commission is also restrained from publishing in the Kenya Gazette the nomination of Mike Mbuvi Gideon Sonko as a candidate for the Mombasa gubernatorial election pending determination of the suit. So until that is done, we're not even going to think about this. Whether it takes a year, that's different. Whether it's before the election, but we're saying for now it's not going to happen.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
Is their father still vying for
governor? I haven't heard.
Oh, I don't know if he's going to be thrown into this
Their
mix
father
as
had
well.
threatened.
Their father had said
he had
would,
threatened, but whether it is he actually entered the fray, I'm not sure.
We don't know yet, but it's likely to come out of the woodwork in a short time. The petition in Nairobi was filed by Mukidi Jwenge and Anderson Waroi, who claimed they were registered voters in Mombasa and would be affected should Sonko be allowed to contest in the election after being impeached as Nairobi governor. Through lawyer Mwangi Ndegwa, the petitioners claimed Sonko's impeachment in December 2020 meant he was guilty of breaching the constitution and therefore not fit to stand for any elective position. The resolution of the Senate removing Sonko from the office of the governor by way of impeachment affirmed the grounds that he breached the constitution and is not fit to be cleared for any elective post. He argued that the impeachment by the Nairobi County Assembly, which was affirmed by the Senate, meant Sonko was guilty of gross violation of the constitution, abuse of office, gross misconduct, and other crimes under the law. So why would you allow him then go and vie in another county, still under the Republic of Kenya? The petitioners argue that even if Sonko is cleared and wins the Mombasa governorship seat, he cannot assume office on account that his impeachment was valid. The two petitioners in their affidavit swore that as voters in Mombasa, they are likely to be duped into electing a candidate who is unfit to hold public office and suffer the consequences of their choices after the August 9th elections.
Hey. Okay.
Nevo.
The wheels are still moving. Sorry, City.
It's all right. So it isn't just one Mike Mbuvi, Sonko, who is having a bad day. KRA is also having a bad day.
Yeah. So you tell us after the traffic.
That is
Sawa.
definitely.
Yeah, let's do that. It's 6:30. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. We'll tell you about KRA and how they don't want you to have a bad day during the show. How they'd like you to know about the alternative dispute resolution mechanism that you can use to settle tax disputes with the commission of the KRA. Okay? It takes 90 days. It's fast. It's efficient. It's cost effective. And it is, what's that other word? The one for it's not public.
It's private.
Confidential.
Confidential.
Yes.
I was thinking user-friendly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM.
Are you looking for employment and are tired of sending job applications without any response? Gone with no response? Tarmacking is now a thing of the past thanks to Skiza. Dial star 811 star 1 star 21 hash and subscribe to a ringback tune that reflects your qualifications only for 1.5 bob a day.
All right,
and
a few minutes after
callers-
6:30, and we're looking at traffic still doing the thing right around Imara Daima, and that's on Mombasa Road, and that's inbound traffic. Jogger Road, you blink and open your eyes, and there's traffic all the way from Hamza through to the roundabouts at the City Stadium, and it's really heavy from what we see. Landis Road, however, that little hiccup has been sorted out, but then as you get to the Kamkunji roundabout is where you see a little bit of traffic here and there, but nothing too crazy. Into the CBDs where most of the action is happening this morning. And we're also seeing just past the Utali Drift, then out towards the Pangani underpass, a little bit of traffic on Kiambu Road. That's what's going on there. The Thika Superhighway is not too crazy, but guaranteed in the next half hour, it's going to be like you've not seen it before. I'm just telling you, call me prophet, but not of doom. Okay, on Limuru Road today, we see some inbound traffic getting out then towards Wangari Maathai, but again, nothing too crazy. Coming out of Westlands, a little bit here and there on Waiaki Way. Folks coming off James Gishuru, just over the hill, or is it? Yeah, just over the hill, there'll be a bit of traffic as you get towards the crossover. Use the Red Hill Link Road should you like to see Nairobi at this time of the morning, but you don't need to because traffic is not too bad. Let's keep an eye on things, folks. Tell us what you see, where you are. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice FM, Malindi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
It's 26 minutes to 7. Carrie?
Yes. They aren't having a very good day. You know, KRA's mandate is a fairly simple one. you are supposed to collect taxes. Yes. And unfortunately, it is not them who come up with those policies. Their job is merely to collect. So the parent unit that determines these things is called Treasury. Okay? And the person who's in charge of Treasury is called Yatani.
Yes.
And Yatani decided that it would be a good thing if more taxes were added to their existing taxes. Okay? And what they wanted to tax further was alcohol, bottled water, and fruit juices. Now, there's a committee in Parliament called the Finance and Planning Committee of the National Assembly.
Yes.
Now, the thing about this committee, it is full of members of Parliament who I believe are seeking re-election. Yes. I haven't heard of anyone who isn't, but I'm going to take the view that they're all seeking re-election. So what do?
And the chair is seeking governorship.
There's something like that. They want to be governor.
Governor.
Of where?
Of Ombaso.
So, what Treasury was hoping to raise from these proposed increased taxes was 50.4 billion Kenya shillings, a hefty amount of money. And what does the Planning and Finance and Planning Committee of the National Assembly do? They shoot it down.
Of course.
Why?
So, they said, this one we're going to be infringing. It's a long story. They're going to be infringing on the rights of the citizens.
It's unfair.
The heavy burden.
Yes.
And
it's unfair, yeah.
Yeah, but
expensive.
Unfair.
I think you've understood the gist of it. Yes. However, it didn't end there. Okay? Now, again, there was this little matter of KRA proposing again that when you have a dispute with your tax, you should actually deposit 50% of the disputed amount. 50, you deposit, even as you are discussing the dispute.
So come and tells you owe me 100 billion.
50 million.
Put 50
you put 50 million, then you continue.
Then we start talking.
Now, a problem here. MPs listen to this. They listen to this. Again, the Finance and Planning Committee of the National Assembly told them no. It's not happening. They rejected it again.
That affects. So the proposal was if you lose at the Tax Appeals Tribunal and then you want to escalate this matter further to the High Court, you then file 50% of the amount in dispute. So you could see the justification maybe from the National Treasury and KRA would be, you've already lost at the Tax Appeals Tribunal. You've lost at the first instance.
At the first stage, yeah.
So you want to continue taking this matter further, just put in some money so we know you're serious. All right? And then, but MPs are saying, that affects cash flow. Of course it does affect operational
But it isn't the only thing it affects. There are many other issues that should be considered when actually discussing this matter. The KRA they're not mad. They don't just wake up in the morning and decide this is what they're going to do. You may not agree with the reason behind it, but again, as you correctly put it, they tend to say, okay, you want this thing to pursue this thing seriously. Put your money where your mouth is. MPs are saying no. Now this one, they can talk interest of the public all they like. This is self-preservation.
But I mean, it was crazy having to introduce taxes on maize flour, wheat flour. I mean, in chakula, boy.
Eric, you know why I'm not even going that route? This madness has persisted long before these stories came up.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
The story that we ought to be discussing is how much further the government can genuinely subsidize basic food stuff that people need. Okay? But it appears that what the government sought to do was to ensure that they keep increasing the taxes, which means these things keep getting more and more expensive.
They are loading taxes on the same
Yes,
items. So you call it VAT, then you bring in excise
duty.
How do you charge excise duty on food, on
basics?
Just like that time when we had a conversation here with Ramanyang, excise duty and Nikhil Hira. Excise is meant to be sin tax.
It is.
It's for those luxurious items. Sigara, pombe, nini. Now you unga. Excise.
Yes.
Already they got away with putting excise on airtime. So there's airtime, there's excise duty on airtime, there's excise duty on internet. Those are now basics. Those are not.
You know, the thing that I found particularly facetious was when they were talking about, well, you know, they limited and reduced the tax on bread. I said, what are you talking about? It's not bread. It's not bread. It has to be wheat, and then it has to be unga, maize flour.
Yes.
Basics. You know, sometimes I really wonder, do these people live in this country with the rest of us?
Do they understand? Do you get it?
They don't.
Get it? They don't get it. KCB made some big moves yesterday. Mr. Andrew Cairo, the group chairman of KCB, is your classmate, right?
Yes.
Was a classmate of yours.
Was, not is. I'm no longer in class.
You're no longer in school?
No.
Sorry.
No,
it's a bit of an oversight there.
He's a former classmate.
Yes, he is.
Yeah? Good friend.
Very good friend, yes.
Very good. So he has announced, and he has taken out adverts in the papers today, and it's all over, that Mr. Joshua Oigara will be leaving the group following the end of his contract after leading the group for nearly 10 years as Group Chief Executive Officer of KCB Bank, that has seen the group deepening financial inclusion and social impact across Eastern Africa. And now they have also appointed Mr. Paul Russo to become the new CEO effective May 25th. That is today. The appointment follows a competitive brand selection process that kicked off in March. So Mr. Russo has been the managing director of KCB's subsidiary, which is called what? National Bank of Kenya, and has also been the KCB Group Regional Business Director, having worked in the bank for over 20 years, spanning key roles, including he was a Group HR Director at KCB. So it's basically, remember, Oigara took over and he had been working in the bank for a number of years before then he rose into becoming CEO. Paul Russo has been working in this bank for a number of years and now rises to CEO. So you can see there's some proper succession planning here. Well done. Kudos to the board of KCB.
Absolutely.
It's somebody who has been in the bank and understands the culture of this organization and the story behind its success.
And if you look at it, Oigara was the same way. I mean, he worked in the bank, had handled many portfolios across. And so by the time he was getting to the position of CEO, he had been just the same thing as happening now with Russo.
He had been the GCFO, I think, at the time.
Yes.
And then how he rose to be. So this Russo was a Group HR Director. Then he took over as MD of National Bank and Regional Business Director. So he understands the business regionally. You can just clearly see he was being groomed for this position. And it has come to pass. Russo was my classmate as well.
I'm glad to be in the presence of your eminence.
Sisi na KCB sasa tunaweza ongelesha chairman, mimi ongelesha CEO, pesa. Biashara yetu.
There's a through pass.
Like this.
The good thing about this, it isn't like KEMSA where apart from us just passing by as we have been told.
Need to pray either.
No, we actually posted people there just in case.
You put your people there.
Never happened.
We have people inside the organization.
Clearly. And not just anybody. The
top level.
The decision maker.
This thing needs to go to the board. It's okay, take it. It's all right.
Go ahead.
Oh, we don't expect anything less. I mean, it should be discussed at board level.
Oh, no, well done, though.
Watch. Today is 25th of May 2022. Christmas like this. Himalayas.
That's where you want to go. You want to go to the
There's a mountain.
You can go anywhere. You can even go to Pluto. It's no longer a planet. Find your way there. No problem.
So
Just
Pluto is no
money.
longer a planet. You didn't know this?
No, I didn't actually.
It was deplanetized.
So what are they calling it now?
It's not.
Pluto is just a rock.
It's a rock. A big star.
Can these people make up their minds?
They said no, it's not a
They're
planet.
interfering with my knowledge base.
You see, all these years you knew.
You knew.
Yes.
Pluto was the last planet.
The blue planet has been deplanetized.
Okay.
So,
Uh-huh.
there are new twists and turns in this Miramar shooting, according to the DCI. The suspect drove the getaway car after the Miramar shooting. So, not
Which
necessarily.
suspect?
Not the one that they said killed him.
Oh, that guy.
That guy.
The
The one that they
businessman,
only
the
met
soya,
twice.
the soya beans guy
Nakuru
from.
Busia.
Yeah.
You know, the DCI had said previously, this is the guy, he's our prime suspect. Now they're saying, no.
He is still prime.
He's still prime, however.
He's not the shooter.
His participation in this thing now was that he drove the getaway car. There are more investigations that are happening. A detective from the DCI, instead now has said the suspect, Dennis Karani Gashoki, was driving the getaway car used by the shooter after killing Samuel Mugota in broad daylight. So remember how people were saying, the guy in this footage doesn't look like this fella. So now DCI says, actually, you know what? It wasn't him. This guy now that we're saying, he was driving the car. So the guy who shot, we're still looking for him.
This one will tell us.
This one will tell us where the guy is. Lekakeni, who is a DCI officer, in his affidavit to support an application by the prosecution to detain Gashoki for 14 days, said the suspect who surrendered on Monday was with a gang that plotted the murder of Mugota on the 16th of May. The killing was executed by more than one person, and we believe Gashoki was the one behind the wheel of the getaway vehicle, which dropped the killer, then drove him away. Nairobi Senior Principal Magistrate Caroline Jaggi allowed the application to detain Gashoki for 2 weeks. She gave the police until June 8th to conclude the investigations, after which they will decide whether to charge him with murder. Mugota was shot dead by a lone gunman captured on CCTV cameras. The DCI had released photos of Gashoki as the key suspect in Mugota's murder. Fearing for his life, he presented himself to the DCI headquarters Monday. Likakeni said that they suspect both Gashoki and Mugota were accomplices in an elaborate syndicate of drug revelers, and that the murder might have been a result of a deal gone sour. Gashoki and his gang are believed to have premeditated the execution of Mugota, who was their accomplice in the stupefying and fraudulent scheme. Investigations are still analysing the numerous numbers that they used to ascertain whether they were linked to the murder. He also added that Gashoki surrendered to the police. He failed to produce his mobile phone and identity card, which raised suspicion as he was hiding them, as to why he was hiding them. He told the court that Gashoki is in possession of illegal firearms and that they need time to search his 3 homes in Nakuru, Mombasa, and Kiambu to recover the weapons. So it looks like this guy may have a bit of a dodgy character, according to the DCI, and that there's so many things going on here that, okay, so he didn't shoot the guy, but he was driving the vehicle that
he's among the
got
people
away.
who...
And there was so now they're saying that he's part of a gang and that Mugota was part of the same gang, but there was a deal that went sour. So you can't... His previous testimony of, I didn't meet him again after 2019, according to the DCI, is a lie. And so he's being held now for 2 weeks until the investigations...
There's more to this story, clearly.
Oh, for sure. And tomorrow, as clear as I'm sitting here, there will be more twists and turns to this story. Something else will come about.
Let me take you to Malindi.
Let's go.
In Malindi, there's a gentleman who is a Briton. He's called Simon Harold Shields. Mr. Simon Harold Shields has been arrested by the police in the orders of the DPP, who says they want to charge him over the murder of his wife. So this is what happened. On January 22nd, 2018, Mr. Shields was driving a Mitsubishi pickup when he had gone to a farm in Kaoyeni village in Malindi, where he was joined by his wife. His wife's name was Jacinta Njoki. Miss Njoki arrived at the farm on a motorbike. The two had an argument about an unknown matter. Njoki then left on the same motorbike. Shields allegedly pursued them with his vehicle, and this prompted the rider off the motorbike to branch off onto a footpath. Shields follows them on the footpath, ran over them.
I tell you what?
Yep. Pick up Boda. Boda branches off onto a footpath. Pick up follows, knocks them, drives over them. Jockey dies, pronounced dead on arrival at the Taufik Hospital in Malindi. Motorbike guy survives and is part of those who have submitted statement to the investigators. So, there's that. Okay? There's another twist to this story. Now, it so happens that there's a man and 2 children who've come out to say, actually, you know what? This jockey was my wife.
I love it. Come on.
And this jockey's property should then come to us because we are the dependents of Miss Jockey. What property are we talking about? We are talking about several businesses and properties, including vehicles. Jockey had worked in the UK and in Kenya and was in the import business and bought properties, including UK Lounge Guest House in Malindi and other things, including this farm in Kayoyeni and others. Okay? So several pieces of property. But now it so happens that there's a gentleman called Amos Okoh Oluoch and his children who have come to court with the children Anthony Otieno and Mary Akinyi and their relatives fighting the foreigner over the property that they claim belonged to Njoki. In a case filed in 2018, Oluoch sued Mr. Shields over the ownership of the property worth millions of shillings. Oluoch argues that although he and Njoki were separated, their marriage was not formally dissolved and that he was still her legal husband, having conducted their marriage under the Luo customary law in 1981. He says, we separated, but we never divorced. So, I am her dependent. Evidence tabled in the case indicated that Oluoch and Njoki separated. She got married to Mr. Shields and lived with him for some years before the death in 2018. The court documents further show that the Briton paid bride price to Njoki's parents under Kikuyu customary law. Are we together?
Yes, sir.
Bride price was paid to the girl's parents under Kikuyu customary law. The parents and the relatives of Njoki have gone to court and said, yes, it's true. This man paid bride price to us. So we know him to be the husband of our late daughter. The foreigner is not my late wife's husband, claims Oluoch. His allegations of marriage are marred with falsehoods, describing Shields as a tourist who does not even have a work permit to be in Kenya. He said, those listed as beneficiaries of his late wife's property are just relatives who are not under her maintenance, while some were just employees at her hotel in Malindi. According to Oluoch, Njoki was the owner of all the properties that were being claimed by Mr. Shields. Now the court have told Mr. Oluoch, by the way, now you are not the husband of this woman. Yeah. First of all, even when she died, you never came out even to claim the body.
Yeah. If she was your
now
wife.
You're coming to claim her property.
Yes.
He said yes.
Yes. So the property is alive and living.
Yeah, she's gone.
Yeah, she's gone.
So it's a memento.
But do you see this story ending soon?
This one?
Do you see the story that has only just begun?
Yeah.
But I wonder what this fella's involvement was in all of this. If court says, all right, whatever, that you're not the husband, but there's some connection between himself and her.
They're two children.
Yeah, they're 2 children. Number one, their parents who've testified and said, yes, actually, we received money from this guy.
No. Parents are testifying that they received money from the Briton.
Okay.
Parents are saying, this Mr. What's his name again? Shields came to us and paid bride price.
Then the parents know Shield is husband.
Parents know Shield.
Yeah.
Parents are not saying anything about Mr. Oluoch. Whatever was happening in 1981
happened in 1981.
If they got married under Luo customary law, it did not come to us. A woman is married under their customary law, not in the man's customary law.
Of course not.
Sasa kumeendaje hapo?
Hakuna kitu.
Hakuna. They were planning.
Kuna kizungumkuti.
They were playing house.
They were planning now to transfer. Yeah, but then they separated for a short time.
So
Girl starts dating. The guy who she's dating claims,
it is not possible to have a customary wedding without the other side participating.
Yes. So you can't say you went and did it with
your own people.
Yeah,
no, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah. Anyway, so the man now is facing death.
That's it?
He's facing death charges.
Shields
murder
now.
charges, over the death of his wife. Yes. Another story, please.
These are sad stories.
It's a very sad story.
Remember, there was this little matter that some of our political friends had raised, the issue of state officers being involved in politics.
Yes.
Well, I am looking at the Star on page 7, and the headline is, "We cannot take action against politicking state officers, IEBC."
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, Commission Chairperson Wafula Chebukati has said that any misconduct by state officials captured in the Elections Offences Act can only be dealt with by the Director of Public Prosecutions.
Mm-hmm.
Full stop. So anybody asking IEBC to take action, they have given you direction. Go to
DPP.
Go to DPP. Yes. We do not have that mandate. Simple, straightforward, short and sweet.
And there are several state officers, including cabinet secretaries, isn't it?
All of them.
Yeah?
All. Yes, said, we've
Take
heard
it to
you.
the DPP.
Take it to the relevant officers, not us.
It's okay, whatever you're saying is fine.
We've heard.
But
Yes.
you see, now we are not the ones.
Said it used to be under them a long time ago, but now
we're independent.
DPP.
Can I tell you something else?
Yes.
Have you finished?
Yes.
Chief Justice Martha Koome has outlawed public comments on presidential election petitions once filed at the Supreme Court.
Nice.
Cannot talk about it. Cannot say anything. In a gazette dated April 12th and published in the Kenya Gazette, in a notice published on the 12th and then published in the Kenya Gazette on the 5th, the CJ amended the Supreme Court rules by adding a new clause that stops debate on the merits of the case until judgment is delivered. The new sub-rule is added to read that upon commencement of hearing of the petition by the court, litigants, their advocates, and their agents shall refrain from expressing their opinion on merit, demerit, or predict the outcome of the petition. This is according to the new rules. The gag order further restrained the parties that will be litigating in the presidential election petition from making public comments in any manner that would prejudice the court until judgment is delivered. The new rules state that any breach of the provision shall amount to contempt of court, which can lead to a jail sentence of up to 6 months in prison. Koome's proposed changes in handling a presidential election petition has, however, caused outrage among a section of lawyers who turned to social media to voice their concerns and vowed to challenge it in court already. Former Law Society of Kenya President Nelson Havi, surprise, tweeted that he will file a constitutional petition at the High Court to reverse the rule. But according to what Koome is saying, we filed a petition. Until we rule on it, just be quiet. Don't talk about it. Don't make us want to decide in your favor by what you're going to go say in the court of public opinion.
This is basically coming off of what she said when they were delivering the judgment on the BBI. Remember? At the end of it, she actually took some time to mention 3 specific lawyers, among them Nelson Havi, Menasir Abdullahi, and said, you've been all over social media trying to say, this case will go this way. We know the judges who are pro-BBI. We know the judges who are anti-BBI. That, I agree with her. That, sort of sends a certain public perception about individual judges.
Exactly.
And if you go the same way, you have a presidential election, it's highly contested, it's emotional, it's charged, and then you start talking about, but we know which way Njoki will go. We haven't we known before?
This is what Nyeri Town used to call poking the bear. Yes.
This
here you have a situation that is already emotional, emotive. Then now you made it not just a discussion, it's an entire debating society.
Nationwide.
Yeah. And yet there's a court case going on.
There's a court case going on. We're waiting for the judgment of the court.
Yes.
Keep it here for more conversations. Coming up in the next hour, we celebrate Africa Day 2022. Did you know that there's an Africa Day? Or every day in Africa is in Africa?
I know today.
What is the theme of the Africa Day 2022? We'll tell you all about it, and we'll tell you why it's important to celebrate it. Africa's Year of Nutrition. So some people are, it's Africa's Year of Nutrition. Not mal, not under. Nutrition. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Nyeri, Dennis Seto. Members of Parliament have faulted the Ministry of Interior for what they term as failure to curb the perennial banditry attacks in Kerio Valley and Marakwet West. The lawmakers were reacting to a statement by the chairperson of the Security Committee, Peter Mwathi, that the government will not compensate families affected by recent killings in the region. This was in response to a statement on Marakwet West killings sought by area MP William Kisang, which attracted divergent opinions from MPs. The legislators feel that the government is not doing enough to end the banditry attacks in the area. The main suspect in the Mirema shooting incident, Dennis Karani, has been detained for 14 days to allow the police complete the murder investigations. This is after the prosecution applied for more time for investigations over the incident where Samuel Muga was shot dead. Karani Monday surrendered to police after presenting himself to the Directorate of Criminal Investigations. Now, Deputy President William Ruto says the bottom-up agenda is a blueprint for creating an enabling environment for economic change in the country. Speaking during a tour of Kwale County, the DP said we must generate more opportunities as a nation and that Kenya Kwanza will start with helping farmers, young people, mamambogas and other small businesses. DP Ruto also toured the Lumo Community Wildlife Conservancy, accompanied by Governors Alfred Mutua, Salim Vuria, Governor Amason Kingi, and held consultations with the people of Taita Taveta. Now, Western leaders affiliated to the Kenya Kwanza Alliance pitched camp in the region to mobilize support for Deputy President William Ruto ahead of the August elections, led by ANC party leader Musalia Mudavadi, Ford Kenya boss Moses Wetangula. The leaders held a series of rallies as they embarked on a 4-day offensive charm of the region. Speaking in Lumakanda, Teso North Hoisero, Shinyalu, Hamisi and Mount Elgon, Mudavadi said they will traverse the region and ensure they deliver over 90% of the votes to DP Ruto. He said they are working to ensure that Kenya Kwanza wins the election in round 1 to save the country from more expenses in the event of a runoff. Still in matters politics, and Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party presidential running mate Martha Karua took the Azimio campaigns to Laikipia County as the coalition's presidential hopeful Raila Odinga campaigned in Western Region. Karua, who was accompanied by Agriculture CS Peter Munya, said their message to the electorate is on the need to remain united ahead of the August 9 polls. The Kenya party leader who spoke, Ednah, appealed to the people of Laikipia not to allow to be used as vessels of disunity. Karua hailed the Azimio flag bearer Raila Odinga and herself as reformist and urged Kenyans to elect leaders based on their records. Now, Azimio Coalition presidential hopeful Raila Odinga has promised to exempt persons with disabilities from paying tax on their income derived from employment. Currently, as the law provides, persons with disabilities are granted a tax exemption for the first 150,000 shillings of their gross income. Speaking during a meeting with people with disabilities representatives, Odinga also said his admission will ensure free education from primary schools to university, while pushing up the quota for the people with disabilities employed in the public sector from the current 5% to 10%. A petition seeking to bar former Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko from contesting in the Mombasa gubernatorial election has been filed in the High Court. The petitioners want the court to bar the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission from declaring or publishing Sonko in the Kenya Gazette as a candidate until the petition challenging his suitability is heard and determined. In an application, the petitioners say the Wiper Democratic Movement Party is expected to forward Sonko's name to REBC on the 28th of May as the party's candidate for the governor of Mombasa. It was a sad story, and at least 18 young children and a teacher have died in a shooting at a primary school in South Texas. The 18-year-old gunman opened fire at Robb Elementary School in the city of Uvalde before he was killed. The teenager is suspected of shooting his grandmother. At the start of the rampage, President Joe Biden had this to say.
Scripture says, the Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. So many crushed spirits. So tonight, I ask the nation to pray for them, to give the parents and siblings the strength in the darkness they feel right now. As a nation, we have to ask, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby? When in God's name we do what we all know in our gut needs to be done? 3,448 days, 10 years since I stood up at a high school in Connecticut, a grade school in Connecticut, where another gunman massacred 26 people, including 20 first graders.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Assetto. Good morning.
All right, building up in Gongro this morning and getting out into the city. We're seeing quite some traffic coming out of Westlands, and that has built up as well. Uhuru Highway then going out into the city out towards Westlands. Coming off the Thika Superhighway, it's really heavy now. It took about an hour for that to start, but we're seeing that just coming past that outer ring junction, out through to the Pangani underpass and into the city, really heavy. Coming off Kiambu Road as well, inbound traffic towards Muthaiga Square. So that's probably the worst of what you'll have to contend with today in whatever part of the city you are on. Outer ring going in the other direction is not too bad. Just at that junction, that Kangunda Road meets Outer ring is where you see the most of the traffic in that direction. Langata Road is also building up quite some, heavy as you get towards the interchange. Even past that junction of Southern Bypass, that's where the traffic begins. Let's take a look at things a few minutes after 7:30 and see what it pans out to be. For now, talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
Yes,
this
it's
is
8
the
minutes after 7.
Room.
Good morning and
The
welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. If you're just joining us, we're glad that you are tuned in either on SpiceFM or following our conversation online on YouTube and Facebook, where we live stream this show every weekday morning between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. We also are on our website, www.spicefm.co.ke. Ed Gitonga, that guy who keeps moving from Nyeri to Laikipia, Nanyuki to Meru to I don't know where. Today he's going to Tanzania.
Well, a little border crossing once in a while is good.
Never hurts anybody.
Says he's tuned in on his way to Oloitoktok and he'll possibly cross the border just for the thrill of it. And then back to the sleepy Nyeri. Okay, safe travels, Eddie. We have guests in the studio. Before we introduce them, let's hear the day's African proverb.
Yes, it's from DRC.
Mm-hmm.
Being well-dressed does not prevent one from being poor.
Being well-dressed does not prevent one from being poor.
Mm.
There's a negative tinge, though, to...
All right.
It's like no matter how well-dressed you are.
Boy. No.
Being well-dressed does not prevent one from being poor. The wording of the proverb has negative slant to.
Mm-hmm. So what, in your opinion, should it have read instead?
Being poor does not prevent you from dressing well. It's positive. Being poor should not prevent you from dressing well. See, that is like saying, you're trying to be smart for who here? You're still poor.
Or that even if you're well dressed today, there's a possibility that you could go into a poorer state tomorrow.
Again, what simplicity is, you see, to be well dressed means you can afford to be well dressed. Okay? Well dressed, not expensively dressed. Well dressed. Yes.
Well dressed means something. One who can afford the clothes.
Well, assuming whatever it is that you can afford, so long as it fits you well and it looks good on you, arguably you're well dressed.
Yeah, well dressed doesn't mean expensive.
It doesn't. It just means you can afford clothes.
Yes.
The whole thing about what do people think of when they think of poverty? Poverty, there is inability as well to clothe yourself.
Yes.
Feed, clothe, shelter yourself.
You will not
from
be
the
able
basics.
to afford, basic material things.
Anyway, on this day, a day such as this one, 25th of May in 1963, Africa made history when they founded the what? Organization of African Unity, which later became the African Union. And on the 25th day of May every year, today we're in May, just for this purpose, we celebrate the Africa Day, the Africa Liberation Day. And we have two guests in the studio to have this conversation with us. Irina Sua supports outreach at an organization called Ukombozi Library. She'll tell us about it. And Mohammed Lamin Saidikan is a movement coordinator at Africa Rising. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
It's good to have you in the Situation Room. Thank you very much for joining us today. What should we say? Happy Africa Liberation Day or Happy Day?
Happy Africa Liberation Day.
Happy Africa. I don't know why I mean Happy Africa.
Africa.
Go with it, man.
Happy Africa Liberation Day.
Yeah.
You can hear it in your head. Even you saying
see how this is going to tie you up.
Irene.
Yes.
Before we talk about the day itself, Ukombozi Library. What's Ukombozi Library?
Like the name suggests, it's a library, a progressive library. We are at University Way. So what Ukombozi Library does is document and together with communities distribute books that talk about the history of liberation struggles in Africa and beyond. It hosts two publishing institutions. That's the Mau Mau Research Center, which majorly documents the history of the Kenya Land and Freedom Army. And then we have Vita Books, which documents both post and pre-flag and paper independence. So from the fight for independence, the one that we have now on paper and the flag, and then the clamor for multi-party and towards what we are, the struggles that we still go through right now. So we work with communities across also to do what we call Ukombozi forums, which provides opportunities for communities to talk about the actions that they do on the ground and just to amplify what the communities do.
Right. It's actually a good organization. I've never heard of it, have you?
No, I haven't actually. It's actually a very unique establishment because it's clearly specialized. So if you are looking for any material, if you're looking for books, if you're looking for literature that deals specifically with what we used to refer to as a struggle, that is where you go. Where did you say it was again?
We are at University Way, Uniway House, second floor.
And it's a library just like a regular library?
Yeah.
Meaning I can apply for membership, I can be a member of the library? Gosh.
Yes, you can be a member of the library. We are open Monday to Saturday from 9 to 7 p.m. in the evening.
Great. We'll talk more about that as we continue the conversation. Mohammed, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Mohammed Lamin Saidi Khan, you are from Africa Rising. You're the movement coordinator. So who's Africa Rising?
Africans. Africans Rising.
Africans Rising.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Africans Rising is a Pan-African movement of movements of people and organizations that was put together by Africans from about 44 countries, having the feeling and then their critical analysis that the civil society on the continent have not been very relevant to the needs of Africans, and we have not been able to continue the fight that our forefathers have started as a continent to liberate the continent and its people. And then the name came out of a critic or also a challenge on Africa is Rising. That's why I stated Africans. To challenge the narrative that Africa is rising, which is not reflecting on the citizenry of African people, because more of the World Bank, the IMF connotations of Africa is rising.
Yeah,
we're looking at the GDP rise of countries, but when you look at the general and the ordinary Africans, they are not. It's not reflecting on them. So when we met in Tanzania in Arusha in 2016, putting the idea of what the civil society really need to put itself in, we agreed that we need a movement of movements that will support, that will enable, that will empower, and will build and transform and then reinforce the spirit of Ubuntu towards the true liberation of Africa in our lifetime. So we named the movement as Africans Rising. That's what we want to see. So the movement actually is kind of what we call kind of a reflection of what the AU should look like.
So it's an umbrella for civil society organizations that have come together and said, we want to champion this conversation about Africans rising. How many civil society organizations are involved?
Yeah, at the beginning, we have 272 organizations from 44 countries. But as we speak today, Africans Rising have over 1,016 organizations and movements across 200 countries with 41,000 individual members that are in all the 55 countries in Africa, but also in some countries in diaspora. So we're about 200 countries in diaspora, because diaspora is critically part of Africa and Africans wherever they are.
I mean, just listening to what you're saying now, and then also talking about the literature that is being put out there, I think the question is, as we celebrate Africa Liberation Day today,
yes,
then is Africa truly liberated? Are the countries and the peoples of the continent truly free? And then, depending on whether that answer is yes or no, then free or not free from what?
Great. Thank you so much for that. I think that's an interesting question. Yeah, one can debate this. We could say that, yeah, we are liberated in some way politically. We are now we own our own countries. We do our own democracy. But in many instances, when the forefathers were putting together what they aspire to be, Africa, and then the liberated Africa, Nkrumah, I remember, talked about 10 points, 10 critical points. One unified country, one army, one defense force, one currency, one economy, and then one foreign policy, and many other things that she talked about. We are very far from reaching those lines of visionary ideas, the agreements that the forefathers had said that we need to meet gradually. But then when you look at the whole concept of what Africans really need to be and then to have a dignified life, you can see that we are still also very far in many areas. Because as you see, the continent, the simplest thing that the continent could have achieved by now is for us to be able to move around within ourselves.
Yes.
We are still struggling. If you test some of the policies that have just been passed, the free trade agreement policy that have just been passed, you realize that when you take the borders, the local borders, the routes to the countries, you find a lot of hindrances and obstacles around moving goods in all corners of Africa. That's just one example. So I will summarize that the leadership of Africa have not been really very proactive pragmatic in terms of implementing the dreams of what Africa really need to be to rise.
I would argue that perhaps when you look at the continent as a continent, that particular perspective is an academic subject because the continent is very many countries within one particular geographical area.
Yeah.
And that diversity is reflected in the way the leaders of each of these countries run their country. Now, I'm starting off with the Africa Free Trade Understanding. I'm calling it an understanding.
Yes.
And then I look at the regional economic blocks that have been set up across this continent. Which ones would you say are active and have actually been trying to get their particular blocks together? Why I argue this is because, in my thinking, if West Africa have a block that unifies people, East and Central Africa has one, the southern part has one, it is a lot easier for these blocks to work out an agreement because they already have people within them who have come to some understanding, as opposed to dealing with the individual presidents. Because the story about our forefathers having opened the door, yes, there are people who had grand ideas, but some of the problems we have were brought by those forefathers.
Yeah. All right.
Because they had a good talk, they spoke well, but what they actually did to set the foundation for what you're saying. So, now my question. The obvious hurdles that exist in our continent when it comes to not just leadership, but leadership that is committed to actually improving the lives of their people. All right? Committed.
Yeah.
How do you get leadership and those aspiring towards leadership to actually understand and to follow through on this particular, because it's a reality that can be realized.
Yes.
How do you get them to that point?
I think it's a leadership of integrity that is needed, a leadership of truth, and also a leadership of, putting Africa and the community that you represent first. When you look at the leadership of Africa, where everybody comes from homes, they come from slums, they come from the ordinary citizen, how people emerge to become leaders. But gradually, when they are put into these leadership positions, for some reason, their mentality and change, their way of doing things change. So they tend to either serve their own, clubs, or they tend to see themselves in a different club. So and then they tend to see how they can, be in that status. So they kind of detach from the realities. I will connect again to the point. There were two arguments, 2 points. One of the points around, yes, we need to liberate as Africa. We need to unify, on the spot, and then have states. Others believe that, like Nyeri group, believe that they need to really have the blocks. Then the blocks need to unify. And then that's where they went with. They went with that, and then gradually you can see even the blocks within themselves. They we've kind of seen that they turn themselves into clubs of leaders. So we've seen that leaders have been serving themselves. When you're in that club of leadership, when you are touched, the rest of the countries will support you and react. Then now when you're in the bigger AU body, when you are touched, the rest of them will support you. So then the citizenry is left alone. So nobody is there to support or protect the interests of the citizenry. So they have kind of betrayed the masses that they come from. So this is the struggle that we are dealing with. But it's about integrity. It's about being true to yourself. It's about being honest and then deliver the Africa that you promised to deliver when you are in the struggle of leadership.
Can I ask this question? And both one or either of you could actually answer. Do you feel that the younger generations of this continent, not my generation,
our generation,
your generation,
yes.
Do you think and feel that the ideas that you're talking about are ideas that they can commit to, and that the ideas that they'd like to work with? Because, yes, your generation, my generation,
it's the way.
Yes, and maybe just to add on to what we talked about earlier, we are not liberated. I mean, as you said, basic human dignity. So many Africans don't have that. And to talk about for a long time, deliberately, African unity has been propagated as this mirage, as these dreams of individuals that can never be realized. And even when Nkrumah and Nyeri were having the back and forth about whether we should go through the regional blocks or just unify, as there were those reactionary forces, as usual, who opposed this and were very big impediments to those attempts. But you realize, one thing I love about both Nyeri and Nkrumah is that they didn't deny some of the mistakes they made along the way, and they voiced them. Nkrumah actually wrote a book letter about the class struggle in Africa, something that he didn't consider when he was talking about the unification of Africa. And Nyeri also talked about the pitfalls he didn't see when he was talking about the regional blocks. And they realized way later, they've written books about them, you can come and check them out, that it was not just a mere unification of Africa. And then came the 10 points of how practically that should happen. And they were very clear that it's not a one-off thing, like it is propagated right now. It is a process that requires a bit of work. Now, to your question, if you look at the celebrations or the activities that are taking place in the continent right now about Africa Liberation Day in Kenya, in Tanzania, in Ghana, in Nigeria, in South Africa, in so many places, in Eritrea, in Sarahawi, despite the challenges they're going through, they're being pushed by young people. So young people know, not believe. Belief is not a source of knowledge. We know that it is possible for Africa to unite. And there is no way we are going to fix these problems as single states with puppets of imperial powers. It is not going to happen. And again, as those who went before us said, there is no way we are going to liberate one side of Africa and claim that we are liberated when the other side is not liberated. And for us on the eastern side, especially in Kenya, we have the hardest work to do, because we have the most embarrassing history in terms of solidarity with other African states making progress. I mean, with the situation of South Africa, with apartheid, as other African states supported Mandela and crew, Kenya supported apartheid. As Zambia and Zimbabwe were fighting, the Kenyan state was asking Zambians and Zimbabwe to be civil, when here the Kenya Land and Freedom Army was in the forest for us to get this paper independence. And if you look at the route through which foreign powers, come into the region to plunder resources, they come through here. And if you look at our solidarity votes, at the UN, wherever, it is abstain or vote in favor of whoever is aggressing Africans. And so we have the hardest job to do.
You feel our cautious diplomatic approach to things.
It is one thing.
It's interesting that you say that, because just look at the 1.5 years, over the last 1.5 years, and if you look at what was happening, and maybe a little bit before that, the uprisings that took place in Egypt, for example, led by young people, looking at the sexual fight, the fight against sexual violence taking place in Namibia
and South Africa,
led by young
Botswana,
people, looking at the revolt that we saw in Rwanda, again, led by young people, and SARS in Nigeria, young people. So we're seeing the mushrooming of some of these quote-unquote revolts around the country. Are we saying that there's a possibility then for unification through some of these activities or uprisings that we are seeing, because there is a similarity in the struggle in the certain states that exist?
Yes. Yes. In fact, I think it's evident. In fact, that's what inspired Africans Rising to be created. We felt that, why do we even name it? Why do we even name Africans Rising as a movement? Because we felt that the movements, the young people's movements, have been winning battles against injustice, and then they have been taking, revolutions to realities. As we look at this week, we are organizing about 533 events in more than 50 countries, and these are all, majority or 90% of these activities and actions have been done by young people, and they are doing this simultaneously. From yesterday, moving to the end of the week, young people are organizing, are having conversations, and having renewed that commitment and believe that yes, it's possible, that in our lifetime, we have to unify Africa, we have to liberate ourselves. So all these evolutions that are happening, they can be connected. That's why we are building our movement on the spirit of Ubuntu.
I actually agree with you. The only thing is, if you look at leaders whom we refer to as revolutionary, they all started off when they were young.
Yes.
So
and they died still young.
Yeah, so some died when they're still young. Yes. The ones who became old stayed in power.
Yes, they betrayed the struggle. They betrayed the struggle.
So this here again is a problem that we must find a way of resolving.
Yeah.
Because the energy that the youth have cannot be duplicated by an older generation. How do you keep this movement going so that even when those who are now youthful become older, they can still talk of maintaining the very spirit with which they started? Because they change.
Yes.
Look across Africa.
Yeah.
We are, again, one of the few countries who started off with a leader who was already old. Jomo Kenyatta was old. So, yes. Was he not?
He was.
When you were starting the struggle. Yeah. Let's respond to this and continue the conversation after this break. It's 7:30. This is Kenya's biggest conversation at the Situation Room. Happy Africa Liberation Day. I got it. It's the 25th day of May 2022, a day that we celebrate and we commemorate Africa's liberation. We have two guests in the studio, Irina Sua, who is from Ukombozi Library. She supports outreach there, and Mohammed Lamin Saidikan, who is a movement coordinator for Africans Rising. Reminding you about Kenya Revenue Authority and what they're telling you. There is alternative dispute resolution mechanism that's been rolled out by the Kenya Revenue Authority. It's affordable. It takes 90 days. And it's...
confidential.
That one.
I won't forget.
Yes.
It's confidential.
It's confidential.
When you find yourself in a bit of a pickle, KRA can actually be the people that are not punitive now, but say, come, let's reason together.
Huh?
Yes. Can you imagine that?
Actually,
things are changing, my sister.
You start the process, but you've got to get there. See, it can't be until they call you and they say, I want ADR. No, there are steps. There are steps. So they'll come and tell you, all right, so we notice that you have some issues here and there. You owe us either income tax or VAT or this and the other, or some penalties for not filing your returns on time, and they make a claim on you. So you challenge that or you accept. If you challenge, then it goes to the dispute tribunal. If you go to the dispute tribunal, then you can choose. Either you sit in the dispute tribunal or you opt for this alternative dispute resolution mechanism. It'll take 90 days. It'll be you on that seat. It'll be KRA on that seat. And then there'll be a mediator on this seat. And then the mediator says, KRA, what are you saying? Oh, she owes me. They're like, all right. Irene, do you agree? No, I don't agree. In fact, look at my details. Mediator looks and says, Carrie, come on. I mean, she has presented. Can't you just see? So depending on who presents what, then the mediator is able to bring you people together and you speak and you make peace. And you walk out of there after shaking hands with the Kenya Revenue Authority.
And you see the way you just did, now you'll be doing that, but in the other direction now, you'll be happy.
Because the matter will have been resolved.
27 minutes to 8. We'll be back after taking a look at the traffic.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. 24/7 around the world, non-stop. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM.
Standard Group's Farm Kenya initiative is the umbrella entity for all agriculture-related channels, activities and investments. The media platforms under the Farm Kenya initiative include the Smart Harvest Weekly Pullout in the Saturday Standard, KTN Farmers TV, a 24-hour agribusiness TV station, Maisha Kilimo, a weekly agriculture show on Radio Maisha, AgriTalk on SpiceFM's morning show The Situation Room, and Grind na Agribiz on Vibes Radio morning show Morning Vibes. Find us online at www.farmers.co.ke, an integrated website that creates and aggregates agri-content, hosts a digital marketplace, and wide range of agri-data. Other platforms include specialized events such as the annual Mkulima Expo, quarterly Farmers Kenya Breakfast, and dedicated social media platforms at Farm Kenya 254. Farm Kenya, working to secure your growth.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi, at least in some parts. Highs of 26 and lows of 16 today. Mostly cloudy at 17 in Nakuru. Highs of 24 and lows of 14. We'll see lows of 15 in a partly sunny Nyeri, going to highs of 24 today. And it's mostly cloudy at 16 in Eldoret. We'll see highs of 23 and lows of 13. It's now sunny in Mombasa after those morning rains. Highs of 31 and lows of 25. And the rain continues in Malindi at 26. It'll go to highs of 31 and lows of 26. Rain showers continue in Kisumu at 20. Highs of 26 and lows of 18, while it's rainy in Kakamega as well at 18, highs of 25 and lows of 15. The sun is out in Kampala this morning, highs of 25 and lows of 17. And it's sunny at 24 in Dar es Salaam, highs of 32 and lows of 23. 8 degrees and clear in Johannesburg, 21 will be the high today. And Lagos will see a high of 31, even with the rain showers that continue. And it's mostly cloudy at 21 in Kinshasa, highs of 31 and back down to lows of 21. In traffic hour proper now, and we're seeing that it's not letting up on Jogo Road. Landis Road, however, is free and clear all the way to the Kamkunji roundabout. We'll see some action on Gong Road coming through into Haile Selassie. Haile Selassie in and outbound traffic continues this morning. Most folk using the expressway over that Haile Selassie area. You should be all right. Then we're looking at Huru Highway, then inbound the city. Slow between the Bunyala Road roundabout and the Lusaka Road roundabout coming from Langata Road as well. Speaking of heavy traffic, as you're going towards the Timor interchange, and Gong Road also continues the traffic then going out towards Community. The Thika Superhighway thumping this morning, and it's not letting out anytime soon, and we're seeing tailback traffic on Kiambu Road through beyond Coffee Gardens today, so watch out for that. Limuru Road in and outbound traffic continues coming out from Westlands. Not too bad, but we'll keep an eye on things. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE. Let us know what's going on where you are. Text as well 40127.
Chilled Spice. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice
It's 23
FM,
minutes to
Nairobi.
8. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. It continues. Eric Latiff, Okoh, CT Muga, our guests today as we commemorate Africa Liberation Day 2022. Mohammed Lamin Sadikan, he's a movement coordinator at Africans Rising, which is an umbrella body bringing together several African civil society organizations and individuals to come together and have a conversation about real, proper liberation for Africa. And Irina Sua, who is an outreach officer from Ukombozi Library, that's on University Way, that documents the journey of Kenya's liberation. We still are not liberated. You talk about the paper and flag liberation. That means that there's more liberation that we are yet to experience. Is that so?
Yeah.
What is that other liberation?
Basic dignity again. The Kenya Land and Freedom Army had one clarion call: land and freedom. At the moment, not so many of us have access to land. In fact, more and more people are being dispossessed of their land. We've seen the demolitions, the evictions, forcefully, with no notice, are happening. In Laikipia, across the Maya rangelands, in Nairobi, in Kisumu, and there are more to come. I am waiting to see if they'll give the notifications. But what they are calling urban planning is gentrification, if you ask me. Because it's forcefully evicting people and displacing them. Was it this year? Kenya was named one of the hungriest country in the world. After so many years of saying agriculture is our backbone. In fact, agriculture is part of our Big Four agenda. We look at police killings, the enforced disappearances. I am not sure if we have housing in this country. Very few people have decent housing. The rest of us live in shacks. Now it depends whether it's a tin, like a mabati shack, or a concrete shack.
Concrete shack.
Yeah, because a lot of things.
Or a mud wall shack.
Or a mud wall shack. Because most of the places we call the estates, honestly, they are concrete shacks with no playgrounds, no parks, no electricity, reliable electricity. Kenya Power does the thing. No sanitation. Very bad sewerage systems. Our healthcare system was long dead.
Or non-existent sewerage system.
Yeah, non-existent. Yeah, we don't have an existing healthcare system. I mean, even the one that we call private, if you're not who and who, it's a very bad experience. I have had to take care of people through both public and the private ones, and it was not a very good experience. So decades.
So we are not yet liberated.
No.
Not yet Uhuru.
Not yet Uhuru.
It's interesting because the liberation that is spoken of by some of the gentlemen you mentioned who've written, and unfortunately some of these gems are hidden in what they've written, and they remain in those books until today. What they prescribed was a leadership, or rather, yes, a leadership then that was going to carry out this liberation in the future. Call him whatever you want, but gentlemen like, a man like Muammar Gaddafi, what he envisioned for the OAU, what Nkrumah prescribed for AU, began at the doorstep of individual leaders for states. It was not, let us come together and then chart the way. It was individual leaders. This is what you must do with the demarcation that you have been given as a leader, president, whomever. But unfortunately, I see now that we are now giving this liberation to the puppetry that is the AU, which unfortunately is not doing what it was originally envisioned to do. Yeah. So when we say that, let us come together, Mohammed, and say, let us, the different things that Nkrumah said we should do, would only be possible if we have leadership at the demarcated zones, and I'm talking about states here. At the demarcated zones, if you have that proper leadership and governance, if you have some of these things that you're talking about playing out simultaneously, this unity that we talk about as the African continent is something that is it will just happen because of the fact that everybody individually has their ducks in a row. Do you think that the AU is capable of putting together this unified front whereby the building blocks for the front are not even together?
Thank you. This is interesting. I will say the AU in its current state and current formation will not deliver us the unified Africa that we anticipate or desire to see. The facts are clear. The AU is a toothless, a body, I would say, in a sense that the commission in itself is put together and the powers actually are with the head of states. And the head of states are the club. It's like hiring, staff for your company. And if they don't do right, they don't do what you ask them to do, you fire them. I engaged the AU staff several times, and I told them, activists have been arrested, activists have been tortured. What mechanism do we have in place for these activists who are fighting for the true liberation of Africa, who are fighting against corruption, We're talking about, the need for all the services that Erin have been talking about, the basic services. They'll tell me, what, we our hands are tied. We have bosses that we have to serve. When we complain too much, sometimes even us at the staff level, they are kind of at risk in terms of job security. So at the end of the day, many of the people at the AU level look at how do I secure my job. So at the ECOWAS level, you come down to ECOWAS level, at the block level, or the EAC level, or all the other regs, you find that people are trying to, survival. It's like kind of taking the job for survival. So there must be a serious transformation. I was on Al Jazeera day before yesterday, talking about the need for complete transformation of the AU if we are serious to deliver dignity for all Africans through the AU. So the Secretariat must be given the powers to be able to hold countries accountable when they come in conflict of, lack of implementation of policies, or lack of or countries perpetuating, leadership perpetuating injustice against their citizens. So, but if that is not in place, we have a Secretariat that is being answerable to leaders who are in a club, then we have nowhere to go.
But let me ask you this question. Do you actually think that the leadership in Africa is willing to cede power to the AU?
No. I would say no. Because it's completely against their interests.
Yeah. Is there any such club where the heads of state, the summit, actually cedes power to the Secretariat?
Always.
It wouldn't make sense, in my opinion, for you to have the representatives of the countries, this is the heads of state, actually being powerless to a technocratic organization such as a commission. How would such an organization be?
Yeah, actually, for me, the Secretariat need the transformation in itself need to be done in a more democratic way, that the Secretariat now will not be answerable to the presidents, but will be answerable to an elected African representatives who put the interests of Africa. They don't put the interests of any leader, but they see Africa. So they go through a whole process. So that's why I'm saying they need a whole transformational process of transforming the AU to give power to the unifying force that will lead the agenda for African unification.
When we talk about African unification, we talk about it as though it's a novel concept, but it isn't. Look at what is the EU. Look at what is NATO. Look at what is groups also formed in the Middle East.
Yeah.
This is something that they all do. We're looking at single currency operation in the EU. We are looking at travel, immigration, opening up. It's the same thing that we're talking. We're not talking about something different.
Definitely.
But for some reason, we don't seem to be able to get it.
Yeah.
And I'm still on that point, that it's because the individual blocks have flaws that unless they're dealt with, you cannot come together if you don't have unity of purpose.
No.
If you have some people, if you have some blocks that are lagging behind, if you have some who maybe in their purpose are going in one direction and others in a totally different direction, the question then, are you looking for unification or are you looking for internal alignment first? Many countries still maybe young in independence are looking for internal alignment.
Yeah, I'll give an example. You talk about this whole different processes that need to happen that have been happening, or processes that have started at the next level. There's a big challenge at all these different REX level or the AU level, which is actually hindering the whole process, because they believe in consensus in their decision-making process. I'll give examples of West Africa. The ECOWAS actually at some point have agreed on 2-term limit, except for 2 countries. That's my country, Gambia, and Togo. So because of that, those 2 countries saying that we cannot do this now, it froze. That could not happen.
Because there's no consensus.
Yeah, there was no consensus. Recently, again, they were about to agree on Okoh. One single currency for the whole West Africa region.
It's been 25 years, man.
One country or 2 countries pull out, they convince the rest of the region to pull out. So at the end of the day, we are in this, back and forth, starting processes that are going to hopefully liberate us. Then we back to the point. But if Europe can have Euro, what should stop Africa to have an Afro? And that's the question. So it's about leadership.
It's very simple, really. I'm going to simplify a complicated situation, a complex one. But let me try anyway. You see, do our African leaders actually favor even the very concept of accountability? Because the thing you're suggesting is you're going to have a continental body that can hold individual leaders accountable.
Perfect.
Okay?
Yes.
And say, this is what we agreed on, this is what we're going to do.
Yes.
Now, the only time we seem to come together is when one of our leaders is supposed to go to The Hague or something.
Yes.
Yes, there's a unity of purpose. Then we are very active and we seem to agree. Now, my concern is not with those who are in leadership right now. That book has been written, it's been published, we are reading it, we know. It's the book that you people are writing. That's what concerns me.
Yes.
And how do you ensure that you do not follow in these footsteps? Because if you follow those footsteps, this discussion is going to be a discussion when you people are around the age that I am at. Then the younger people say, these are the guys here. It'll be a cyclical thing that it'll be we the continent that is always talking about change but never quite achieving it.
Yeah. But that's a win. That's a win of change blowing in Africa, in the younger generation. Technology have given us to connect together and talk about issues. As we speak, young people are talking about reality. So what the emphasis need to be on is building a leadership of integrity within the young people. To really believe that, yes, in our lifetime, we have to deliver
get somewhere.
Mohammed, in the 1960s, that wind blew.
There was a wind.
It blew so strong that we actually got independence right across.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
We have that independence.
Yes.
Now, we're not talking of independence, we're talking of liberation.
Yes. Paper flag.
Paper independence.
Yes. Yeah. But at that, numerous efforts that have been happening in terms of building the consciousness of young people to understand that nobody will come from anywhere. And we should not fool ourselves that we will be liberated by outside forces, or we will be supported, these small forces supported that are coming to Africa will help us to grow. So we have to really unify ourselves.
We have to
and then it have to.
But there's something that Ndu has raised, and it's got me thinking. Talking about the individual blocks.
Yes.
I think we need to, as we're talking about unification of the continent, integration in various ways, we also need to look inwardly for each country or each region and see how to strengthen democratic processes.
Yes.
Because this whole conversation about integration has been there for a while. The EAC is actually built on integration on various things which are halting and stalling somewhere. The political integration, the economic integration, those are things that are there on paper for the countries of the East African community. We shall have a shilling, we shall have free movement of people and goods, we shall have non-tariff barriers, which now shall lead us into political integration. And then you say, political integration means we all have the same political system. No, let's stall that. If we don't think of how we can support each of these countries to get to a certain level of internal freedom politically, that you have proper democracy in these countries, that you have openness in conversations. Yes, Kenya sounds like, it's one of those we still haven't gotten there, but I think we've gotten there in very many ways in terms of our own openness, our own freedom to speak, to raise the issues, to push. That's what got us into the second liberation, for example. Now we are talking on the verge of a third liberation where we are saying, okay, we're going to have an economic liberation. I think we're getting there. But how can we get the other countries around us? How can we get Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, DRC, Uganda, and South Sudan to have the same conversation as us? If you go to the ECOWAS, the same. If we don't have that, we can't. We can have the Africa continental free trade area, which will never, ever take off. It will always be on paper.
Mohammed, remember, in East Africa, we actually did have a community which worked.
Yeah.
Yes.
East African Harbours Corporation and Railways or something of that sort. The Postal Service was East African. The Airways was East African. The university was East African.
African.
We've had it.
Yes.
And the shilling it didn't matter whether it was a Kenyan shilling, Uganda shilling or Tanzanian shilling. It was exchangeable. This so-called freedom of movement. People moved across these borders in the freest way possible. It's something we have seen, so that we haven't.
Yes.
The thing that Ndu talked about, which in my mind is something that perhaps we should give consideration, there has to be leadership somewhere. Yes. Now, in this region, fortunately, because of the freedom that this country enjoys in terms of the power of the media, okay, we are able, the very things you're saying, we're able to voice things.
Yes.
And that ability brings about a certain leadership that we can offer our neighbors. Yeah. But this is the sort of freedom and leadership that is resisted.
Yeah. They've been fought for.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because of our history again. Because who messed up that integration?
Us.
Exactly. So, and even if you look at actually movement for other East African countries are a lot easier in my experience than for Kenyans. I have had a very rough time, especially going into Tanzania. They just see Kenya on your ID, and it's just, they actually told us they don't believe our COVID certificates are real. Okay. Wow. They were like, yeah, we get it, it's from Cambry, but your systems are flawed. And so that's why I'm saying it's true that we need to work on this internal flaws. We are not demystifying that fact. What we are saying is, as we work on these internal flaws, it would be foolhardy to say, okay, now we have Kenya, now we have EAC, ECOWAS, they have done their thing, but SADC has not done it. It won't make any sense. Sankara managed to do whatever they did in Burkina Faso, did a very good transformation. Then someone sneaked in from the neighboring country and messed up the whole thing. So there's no other way about it. We have to work on our internal flows, but it has to be concurrent. That solidarity has to be there, so that what the so-called liberated zones have already done is guarded. It's not outdone.
It has got to be, so it's got to be Pan-African. If we just look at how we got our independence, so countries were also fighting for the independence of their neighbors.
Yeah.
There was a whole conversation and movement. We are free, yes, but we are Tanzania, but also Kenyans should also get their independence. All of us then started saying Zimbabwe should get its independence. That is the conversation. So the same thing that you are saying, Mohammed, that because of technology, now you see all these civil society organizations, all these justice movements, all having some connectivity in conversation. Yes. I think it's the same. But also just starting from the point of, so what's happening in Gambia?
Great.
So that the Kenyans can say, this is what's happening in Gambia. Can we? What support do you need from us? What can we do to push your conversation? Then also, you Gambians, this is what the kind of support that we need with our conversation back here in Kenya. Because there are different conversations, we are at different levels, but we all need to be coming in to push for your conversation in your way, our conversation in our way, then all of us will now have the same conversation.
Yeah, that's what we are talking about, the re-energizing and reinforcing the spirit of Ubuntu. That's what I said, the new air has been blown in the young people's minds. I was in the front line of the fight against dictatorship in the struggle in Gambia. And then we have a whole, solidarity support across the continent. Supporting us, encouraging us that you can do this. Even there was a mission that was sent to Gambia to be in solidarity with us. For the first time in our history, when Gambians are in crisis, about 45,000 Gambians were running for their lives when we were fighting against the dictator Jammeh. A delegation came, risked their lives to support us in that struggle. And the ideas that we came out of it in those discussions really helped us to move faster and push our people. And as we speak now, because I work at continental level across countries, about all these 55 countries, when I talk to young people, what we are saying to ourselves, in our time, when the time comes for us to do it together, we should not fail. We should be able to hold each other accountable.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The advantage you have is that we're in the communication age.
Yes.
And it makes it much, much easier to be able to do things that people would need to physically travel in order to do.
Yeah.
Now, whether you are able to take advantage of these advantages that you already have, this one, as we said, time will tell, won't it?
Yeah, we're getting there. And then, the Western world will not also slip to allow us to quickly liberate.
This is it.
But we must also stay awake because we know what they're going to do, and we must prepare because we know they've done it before. They keep doing it. It's something we know.
Thank you.
Actually, that's what just failed the Echo in West Africa. France came in and then, manipulated Ivory Coast.
Divide and rule.
And then they pull out. The whole thing collapsed.
And that's why we must support West African countries that are kicking France out right now.
Definitely. Mali and others.
Now you have said it. There's a question that has been asked of you. Just scroll down on Twitter. There's somebody who's asking. So, yes, you're talking about what your library does, the Ukombozi Library. Are there books about... slightly up. You're down 2 hours. There.
Voila.
There it is. Ask the lady whether they have books documenting the true history of Africa before colonization. Deep cultured books or even religious books on African traditional religion and, of course, arts.
Yes, we do. Of course, the history of Africa has evolved.
So the simple answer, because you're running out of time, is yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Irene Asua from Ukombozi Library and Mohammed Lamin Saidi Khan from Africans Rising. Thank you and have a happy African Liberation Day throughout your activities today.
Thank you. Africa for Africans.
Africa for Africans. Keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. A very good morning to you. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newswell Dennis Settled. The Supreme Court has amended rules for the presidential petition hearing in preparation for disputes after the August 9th elections. In a Gazette notice signed by Chief Justice Martha Koome, the Apex Court warned litigants, advocates and advocates' agents against expressing their opinions on the petition until a judgment is delivered. According to Koome, failure to observe these will result in their action being tantamount to contempt of court. This comes weeks after Koome singled out a section of senior lawyers over their comments on the Building Bridges Initiative appeal proceedings at the Supreme Court. Now, a middle-aged man who was charged with defiling a 14-year-old mentally challenged girl has been acquitted by Loitoktok Court on a legal technicality after the prosecution bungled the case. While acquitting Daniel Kinyanjui, Principal Magistrate Judicasta Nthuku directed the Director of Public Prosecutions to consider legal action against Police Constable Mercy Osoro, the initial investigating officer in the case, and Ann Kitenge, by then children officer, for subverting the course of justice for the victim by acting outside the law. The accused is said to have committed the offence on January 30, 2019 at Pilipili area in Loitoktok sub-county. Jen Ngang, the mother of the girl, had told the court how her daughter had gone outside to play with other children after feeding her. After a moment, she was approached by Mama Aggie, who is now deceased, who told her she had seen her emerging from a maize field together with the girl. The girl told them the accused had put something in a private part. Hence, the matter was reported at Illicit Police Station, where Osoro took over the case. But before the accused took plea after he was arrested, the children officer formed a kangaroo court, and she escorted the accused with his belongings out of Loitoktok and told him never to return. The court found the testimony of the girl was greatly hampered by her mental challenge and needed to be corroborated for the court to rely on it. Matters politics, and Deputy President William Ruto has pledged to return major port operations shifted to Naivasha and Nairobi back to the coast to end the economic deprivation facing local communities. Speaking as he kicked off his tour of the coastal region, Ruto stated that he will reverse legal and administrative changes over the use of the standard gauge railway should he win the presidential poll on August 9th. President Uhuru Kenyatta's administration has championed the SGR project, which he has maintained has reduced the logistics cost and boosted regional connectivity and integration and economic growth of Kenya's inland. Now, the High Court has directed the transfer of the case involving former Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko to Chief Justice Martha Koome for purposes of impaneling an expanded bench to hear and determining it, alongside other related matters. This means Koome will constitute a bench which will decide Sonko's fate in his quest to make a comeback in the country's political arena. And the Kenya Urban Roads Authority has signed a consultancy contract for the establishment of bus rapid transport along Outer Ring Road. Korean consortium led by Kunwa Engineering and Consulting Company Limited won the consultancy contract at a cost of 583 million shillings. The consultant is expected to undertake detailed engineering design to provide assistance during identification of the works contractor, construction supervision and support during the defects liability period. The works contractor is expected to commence works by June 2023. Internationally, and Russian troops advanced in eastern Ukraine, pounding key cities and aiming to destroy everything there. This is according to President Vladimir Zelensky. This as Moscow signaled it was digging in for a long war against its neighbor. 3 months to the day since Russia launched its invasion, Zelensky mourned the thousands of Ukrainian men and women who have perished, and he renewed calls for heavy weapons from foreign partners, saying arms for Kyiv were the best investment in stability in the world. Sergei Gaidai, governor of the eastern region of Luhansk, said Russian forces were bombarding the industrial city of Severodonetsk with airstrikes, rockets, artillery and mortars in an effort to solidify control over the province and move further into Ukraine. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Sasseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, still in traffic hour, and it's building up in certain parts of the city this morning, and we're seeing it coming off Mombasa Road just around Imaradaima, coming into the city, and we're looking at Uhuru Highway through to the CBD out towards Westlands, Muranga Road as you get to that Globe Cinema roundabout, and then the overpass, really busy this morning, and this is taking off traffic that's coming in from the Thika Superhighway, which really crazy at this point. Kiambu Road in and outbound traffic continues, and we're looking at Limuru Road still doing the rounds in terms of traffic. Coming out of Westlands, not too bad today. Knock on wood, it remains that way for the rest of the morning. We'll keep an eye on things and let us know what's happening where you are. SpiceFM KE on Twitter, text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room.
Kenya's biggest conversation.
The only way to start your day.
It's still the 25th day. Today it's May because it's the Africa Liberation Day, and we've been having a conversation about that, about Africa liberation, about Africans truly rising, about Africa getting its actual, true, real liberation. Are we there yet? Irene was not mincing her words. She's like, no. What happened in those many years ago in many African countries was just you getting some paper freedom and getting your own flag that you claim that you designed, it's your own flag. But after that, the liberation that many of the people who are fighting for liberation were seeking hasn't been realized.
Actually, it was realized. It's just that liberation is never ideal. The ideal is what you continue pursuing even when you've attained one particular goal. Because if you ask, for instance, the countries that have been independent for God knows hundreds of years, they will still tell you there are things they're still fighting for. And even the things that they fought for and they feel they have attained, there's always an improvement on those things. It's the nature of mankind. You always want to improve on the things you have. Yes. And sometimes when we do that, we also need to be cognizant of the things we've actually achieved. Because sometimes we can focus so much on the ideal, we actually forget that there are things which have, the changes that have come about, and the changes which we are actually in the process of enjoying.
So liberation is a journey.
It's a very, very long journey. It's not a sprint. It's several marathons put together. Because with every generation, they come up and they realize there are things that had not been done that they need. It's a never-ending process.
It's a continuous.
Yes.
But I think there's some areas where you can say, yes, we are on course or on the path.
Yes.
But there are areas where you can feel like you're not on the path. Like you really, this is what you set out to do. You set out to have self-governance. You set out to have, then with self-governance, you set out to have equality and have equity across the country. If you get to a point where you're actually seeing that there are parts of your country that are still marginalized, 60 years after you claimed independence, you've got to question yourself, are we still on this path?
Actually,
really?
Apart from questioning, you need to tell yourself that we actually haven't gotten there.
Yeah.
Because the true measure is that equitability, where everyone in the country has that same opportunity, that same chance. And the very things that one part of the country has can be replicated in another.
Yep.
Now, my thinking is that with the new constitution and the formation of these 47 counties, we are nearer to that possibility than we've ever been before. Where the very things that people, for instance, you see in Nairobi, those can be, it should be and must be the goal of every county in this republic.
But I think we should all come together and for example, accept that there are some parts of this country that have been historically marginalized on various fronts, on access to land. What were we fighting for? So, land, self-governance, development that is equitable. If we have a constitution that establishes the equalization fund, for example, and 12 years down the road, the equalization fund has not been operationalized, what are we talking about? If we talk about land and freedom to own land, and we are still talking about parts of this country where people do not have access to a title deed, what is this that we're talking about? Okay, that means that it's not their land.
If you live in a country where 60 years after independence, people are celebrating having a tarmac road, after 60 years, you're right.
It takes a while.
It takes a while, but the thing that you've said, which in my mind actually gets the heart of the matter, yes, you acknowledge the things that have been done, but you also clearly speak about the things that were promised but were never done and haven't been done. And look at the reasons why they were not done, because if you don't delve into that, the likelihood of that injustice continuing is still there.
The bar should never and can never be out of sight. And I think oftentimes what we do is that we lay on the crutch of, well, look what we've achieved. And we were under the weight of colonialism for so long. And, it takes time. After all, some of the more advanced economies in the world took 200 years before they achieved economic development or proper rule or governance or things like that. Yes, you can use that as an excuse. But then I think, unfortunately, you'll be forever wrapped up in those excuses. And I think that bar must be in the mirror that whole time. So as you're driving, that's the image that you see. That we cannot have certain things continually happening and always rest on the crutch of, it's going to take time. At some point, you're going to have to break loose. You're going to have to break loose. Indeed, many things have happened. Many hurdles have been crossed. But I think that goal always has to be, this is where we are going, and these are the things that we must do to get there. And this business of, the vices that we deal with on a daily basis has to become a thing of the past. It cannot be that we're still dogged by the same things today that we were 60 years ago when we had our first self-rule across the country, across the continent. Cannot be that we're still handicapped by the same things. It's unacceptable. Very plainly so.
Indeed. Siti, today's proverb, tafadhali.
Yes. Being well-dressed does not prevent one from being poor. And you are right, Eric. Being poor doesn't prevent you from being well-dressed.
I think that if whatever language it was in, if it was directly translated in that language, I think the latter is how it is framed in that language. That not just because you're poor
doesn't mean that
you
cannot.
shouldn't dress well. Because the other way being well dressed does not prevent you from being poor. It doesn't sit well with me, because I don't see why would they say that. It's like saying just because you think you now that you're dressed well, you're going you
what is implied?
You have escaped poverty.
What seems to be implied with what you're saying is that being well dressed also means being expensively dressed. And so, because that's where now the conundrum would come in. If you're expensively dressed, it's just a dressing. It doesn't necessarily mean that beyond the dressing, you are actually financially better off. Yes.
Well, of course, it's possible that from language to language, something was lost in translation.
It's always lost
That's
in
for
translation.
Sure. You could look at it anyway. But then also, I think, you're looking at a situation that could change. You could be well-dressed today, but that doesn't stop you from being poorly dressed because of your economic status.
Or if we may borrow from a phrase I've heard being used very often times in this day and age, fake it until you make it.
Right. So being well-dressed does not mean you're not poor.
No, just means you're
faking it.
It means you look good today.
Yes, and that's good enough.
You're putting up a show.
Yes.
It's a front. We're expecting a commissioner of the IEBC, Ms. Irene Masit, to come and join us and talk about what the IEBC is doing now. They have opened up the portal so you can verify the details on the voter register. Verify your details. Register of voters is now open for verification at your registration center, wherever you registered from the 4th of May to the 2nd of June 2022. You can also check your details using your ID or passport number via the IEBC website. That is verify.iebc.or.ke. Try that one. Verify.iebc.or.ke. Or you can SMS your ID number and then write hashtag and then your year of birth. ID number 123417, hashtag 1985. You send that message to 70,000. That's 7 and 4 zeros.
That's 7,000.
Why is it 70,000?
I want to see if you're awake.
No, me, I'm concerned. Why is it?
What do you want it to be, 71,000?
No, why can't it be 7,000?
Or 7 million while we're at it. Or 75,000.
You might post 70,000. Kumbe, it's an enough for deducting money from your M-Pesa.
The daily limit.
Gone.
Sheesh.
So, for example, ID number hashtag
ID number
year of birth, or passport number hashtag year of birth, and then you send that to 70000. That is 70000. Wasikia? And with that, you get to know your verify that you are actually registered to participate in this year's election. They'll tell you exactly where you should be voting. Okay? Now, this is information that IEBC should be having, and this is voter education. And making everybody aware that this is the journey to the election. From the date the IEBC gazetted August 9th as the date of the next general election, from that point on, everybody should be knowing. So what's happening today? What's happening now is candidates are supposed to do this and the other. What's happening now is that presidential candidates are going to come to you and ask for your ID. And you can give them your ID copy if you support their candidature. Then you can also check your voter details. Then the official campaign period begins from this point to this point. During the campaign period, this is what's allowed and this is not allowed to happen. This is law, this is illegal. This is lawful, this is illegal. All those things, people need to know that this is what's supposed to be happening as you head towards August 9th. Then also ahead of August 9th. So what happens on that day? The polls open at this time. There are people who don't know. There are people who are voting for the first time in this election. And there could just be that assumption that, how many elections have we had in this country? Everybody should know. No, not everybody knows. There are people who are experiencing this for the first time.
So we're saying that the responsibility then of passing this information out constantly until you get to the place where the population is adequately saturated with this information about what you're supposed to be doing on a particular day, where you're supposed to be going, how you should be doing 1, 2, 3 of the other. That this information also should not come on the 7th of August kind of thing. That it has to be regular and it has to be well in advance so that your electorate is well informed, because they are the ones essentially that are going to engage with this information, all this work that you've been doing. If the people that you want to then come and engage with the information are not adequately prepared, then you might as well have been doing something else. Because if they don't get it, if they don't understand, if they're not aware, then we have a problem. And I think you can see a manifestation of that when you look at spoiled votes a lot of times. Because of the fact that folks just didn't know what to do where. And I don't think there's anything wrong with getting as granular as possible and being as manual as possible with visual aids as much as you need to let people know what they ought to do. Particular dates through which you can do what. Okay, so today we know, for example, that you can check your status as a voter. Where you're registered, where your station will be, all of this information. Should you find that there's a problem, then there's an avenue for recourse. Where do you go? Whom do you talk to? What do you do? The seat is empty at this point, but you should be able to tell us this is what we are.
This is what we expect. Visit your registration center or the IEBC office in your constituency. Formally lodge any complaint by filing the necessary documentation. Now, I know there are people who earlier in the month were actually able to access these details by just sending. I had actually done it earlier. Sending your ID number only to that number, 70000, and it brought you all the details and shows you your county, your constituency, your ward, your polling center. Okay. Today, they have changed and they're saying you are supposed to be sending your ID number, hashtag your year of birth. I don't know why the year of birth is hashtag year of birth. I don't know why they decided to do that. It would be important to have Miss Irene Masit in the studio to tell us. I have sent, it has told me there's a temporary service downtime. Please try again.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is.
You try.
I'm trying.
They have told you there's a service downtime temporarily.
You're fortunate they've spoken to you.
And you wait.
Me, they haven't spoken to me.
They'll tell you. So the last time I did, I got my details. Yeah. County Machakos, constituency Mavoko, ward at the river, polling center at the River Polytechnic. And it's true, this is where I voted the last time. I have not moved my vote. So it's still there. That was at the beginning of May. Today, the temporary service downtime, I'll confirm as we go. Now, when you have these technological challenges down here and there, it's important that everybody just takes advantage of this. Either send this SMS or go to your polling center or go to the IEBC office, confirm these details. So that on the voting day, we do not all complain, I did not know. I'm supposed to be a voter in this area. How come I'm not registered? This is how they start rigging the election.
This truly is an improvement because we're actually being told well in advance. Go and verify. When you verify, this is where I'm going to vote. And all the details are in. So you have nothing to worry about. Makes sense.
Completely.
I think about this and I really do believe that this education that we are talking about, even at this time, is a little bit too late for the general population. And I think that voter education is something that's supposed to be a continuous process. I don't think that you can only do it even if you do it before that it cannot be just so presently evident in an election year, 3 months to the election. I think it's something that needs to be continuous, I think, over and over, because every year, granted, you have new voters. Every election cycle, the assumption is that you have new voters who did not vote in the last election cycle, who were not engaged with the system and have absolutely no idea what to do. They may get into the voting pattern when there's no election. So who is educating them about what how important this is. And I don't think that we ought to wait until 2022 or 2027 or, other countries where people are starting to let 3 months to an election that if you've never engaged with the system before, this is what you ought to do. I think it ought to be continuous. It needs to be year on year because IEBC doesn't take a break after the elections take place, right?
Yeah.
The tenure continues. And before that, they work. Thereafter, they work. And so I think the process ought to be continuous so that people are feeling it out on a regular basis and then are not stuck like deer in headlights when there's an election and asking questions, okay, so what ought I to do at this point? How do I change my station? Because I'm sure that there are people today who still have those valid questions. If I needed to change, how do I change? Is it too late? Has the window closed? Do I have an opportunity tomorrow kind of thing? So I do think that it needs to be regular. I think it needs to be continuous and constant in terms of information and communication. Otherwise, I think we do a disservice to the process and as well as the electorate.
I think it's important at this point to raise this issue of the lack of funding for voter education, for civic education on this election. That for the first time we are seeing IEBC has limited funds. We saw it in the first round of voter registration in December. They talked about the limited resources. They spoke of being given some extra resources for the second round of voter registration. And we raised this. How many voter registration spots did you see in your ward, in your constituency? What kind of public awareness was there by the IEBC that, you know what, guys, if you're not registered as a voter and you have your ID, please come and register as a voter? Did you see that public awareness, public information? It wasn't that widespread. Talked about the limited resources that they had. Then the second is something that the government itself did, which is writing to all the development partners who've previously been funding civic education through non-governmental organizations and telling them any funding that goes into elections this year, channel it through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and then it shall come to the government. So you have very many organizations that previously, for example, ILOG, the civic organizations that come together to monitor elections, they don't have funds to monitor elections this year. The organizations that had money to talk about, elections and what's happening now and raise awareness that this is what's expected to happen, or maybe pointing out issues here and there. IEBC should by this time have done this and they're not doing it because they're monitoring the situation on the ground. Those organizations don't have funds to do it. So the conversation about what exactly should be happening in this election is muted. Why? Because of lack of resourcing. And this stems from a government circular.
Yes.
That tells development partners and tells others, no funding for campaigns. You want to fund anything to do with
through us.
Elections, bring the money to us. We shall know where to take it.
I never cease to be fascinated by the backward retrogressive thinking that units of government and individuals who head them. Here we are trying to move forward, and then someone comes up with a pronouncement and you wonder, what on earth is this person thinking? But more importantly, what are you planning? There's a certain independence that institutions are supposed to have in this country. Independence that is manifested in the independence that we have by right and the freedoms we have by right for information, to gather. There's a whole list of freedoms that are being abrogated by just that one circular. And you're thinking, and then you wonder why people have next to zero trust for their own government. Because we are saying you are deliberately hampering the very process that would raise the bar for accountability.
Yeah. We're talking about an extra 6 million people by the statistics from the government, an extra 6 million people who've gotten into the age of voting. Okay? Those
That's
6
a huge
million
number.
people needed
From
to
the
have
last election.
between the last election and now.
Yeah.
Those are many people. Those people needed to have continuous education and awareness. This is what voting is all about. So this is what shall happen. When the registration process opens, you will go and register. Make sure you have your ID. Make sure you've already applied for your ID so that by the time IEBC opens this enhanced voter registration, you're ready. Or, in fact, not even that. IEBC is continuously registering voters. Go get your ID, go register as a voter. That has not happened. Now, we had a target of 6 million, or IEBC had a target of 6 million. How many did they get? 1.5 million.
1.5.
What is this? It's just, looking at people's rights and...
trampling on it, really.
Or trampling on it. Or, just a total disregard that it is a right in the first place. That this is your one. Because look at the other rights in terms of provision, food, shelter, education, etc. Now, in terms of delivering good governance, this is a right that, if anything, should not be stepped on. That should be allowed to be played out from beginning to end in a flawless process. But then if you see that that is not happening, then one would only speculate and say that it becomes deliberate when you're not going to do everything you can to make sure that your citizen, having attained the age at which they can vote, then can have a flawless process. So now here we are saying, right, how are we going to deliver this education? How are we going to be able to let you check what your status is? All right, get on your phone, for example, send a message to 123. The prerequisite to that is making sure that everybody has that kind of access.
And when people don't have that access...
And if they don't have access, you are inadvertently trampling on their rights. It doesn't work out any other way.
29 minutes after 8. Let's take this quick break and remind you about KRA. So, KRA wants you to have this in your mind. Tujadiliane, tuelewane. Tujadiliane, tuelewane. You know what that means, Ndu?
I know what tuelewane means.
Do you know tujadiliane?
Come, let us reason together.
That's exactly what I was
That's
going
what
to
you
say.
had in mind,
The words just got lost on my tongue. Yes.
Come, let us reason together. Alafu, we shall elewana.
We shall arrive at a common understanding.
There it
Consensus.
is. In 2015, the KRA introduced the alternative dispute resolution mechanism as a means of enhancing transparency and speed in tax dispute resolution. This was against the background that traditional means of resolving disputes through litigation brought with them lengthy court processes. Number one, you are going to be in court forever. Number two, lack of finality, because whoever loses appeals. And number three, it's a winner take all. Whoever wins, wins. Now, they said ADR is actually going to be a win-win. So you go through ADR, you sit down, you as the commissioner of KRA, I had to look at you, commissioner of KRA, because you're a taxpayer. You are a good taxpayer. Law-abiding. And then you have me as the guy who's been told by KRA, you owe us. And then you have Ndu as the mediator in the middle. So Ndu now tells us, KRA, what's your issue? You say, how much I owe you. I also come and say, no, I don't believe that's how much I owe in terms of I've been filing my returns. This is the nature of my business. It's the kind of incomes that I've been having. My obligations are either income tax or VAT or whatever, this and the other. And then we have that conversation.
And as KRA, we say, yes, you have filed returns, but not for everything that you do. We have evidence that you also do business X, Y, but now particularly Z. Z actually earns you a great deal of money. And we have no evidence whatsoever of you making returns for what you've earned in business Z.
And in that case, I'll turn to the mediator and tell mediator, that they were not supposed to know that.
And I'll say, well, now, if there's a way we can look beyond that transgression, KRA, is there a way that if these payments were to be made, would you allow that they be made, in batches so that we can continue business on this side while fulfilling our obligation to you?
Thank you, madam, because actually, you see, I don't have money. I am willing to pay now that you've caught me, but can you at least waive the penalty?
The penalty.
Something.
Or the interest, for example.
And then we work out a payment plan. I'll pay you,
all
KRA.
those things are
KRA, would
possible.
such an agreement then be agreeable?
Most indeed, but we have to agree on what it is you actually owe. And you have to accept that is indeed what you owe. Once we arrive at an understanding of the correct figure, then those details that you speak of can easily be worked out.
Madam, So we have already agreed that the other figures that you're talking about, my known sources of income, the ones that I've declared, those ones there's no dispute.
Okay.
This other one that I had not declared, I accept.
That you had not declared?
That I had not declared, and I am willing to pay.
Okay. However, at this moment, because you do not have the funds, perhaps we can seek a comfortable payment plan on your side, good sir.
Actually, he has money. Yes, I am not saying we cannot arrive at an understanding. I'm simply saying there's a certain openness that he needs to employ in this discussion. He has money. We know, because we know the sources from which he pays his taxes. Now, we are not here to kill your businesses. We want to help you enhance it. But a certain openness and honesty is important if this discussion is to continue.
Is it agreeable that I pay this thing of 48 months?
It is agreeable.
Okay. So we can now look at how much per month, and then I'll do my installments.
It is agreeable. We have a department that can help you make this possible, and we can have a reliable way. But let me just say this, that should it happen that another problem occurs and you're not able to meet your obligation, we would like you to talk to us ahead of time. Don't wait until the due date to tell us that you can't pay, because then you'll be accumulating penalties.
Is that agreeable to you, Mr. Latiff?
That's agreeable to me.
Wonderful.
That is ADR. And that's how it works. 27 minutes to 9.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
At KTN Home, we are all about the action, so you can enjoy unstoppable, unbeatable, unrivaled, unmatched movies from Hollywood. Get your popcorn ready. Tune in to KTN Home and buckle up to experience a new world of entertainment from the comfort of your living room. Tune in to KTN Home every Monday to Thursday plus Sundays and catch Hollywood's finest movies from 10 p.m. for the time of your life.
This nation has never healed genuinely from the 2000-2008 violence. We've never had a healing process. We swept it under the rug.
Let me tell you, the handshake was the most disastrous political event in the history of country after the coup attempt of 1982.
There's no Kikuyu pothole, Luo lack of water, or Kamba,
lack of
traffic.
Yeah.
There is no Luya lack of drugs in the hospitals. Or Jaluo one. All our issues are the same issues.
If you are in a room and just about everybody in that room has a court case or another, what impression does that?
18 degrees, sunny conditions in Nairobi, highs of 26 and lows of 16. At 17 degrees, it's mostly cloudy in Nakuru, highs of 24 and lows of 14. We'll see lows of 15 in Nyeri, where it's cloudy at 17. At 17, it's cloudy as well in Eldoret. We'll see highs of 23 and lows of 13. Light rain in Mombasa at 26, highs of 31 and lows of 25. And it continues to rain in Malindi at 28, highs of 31 and lows of 26. Rain showers in Kisumu at 21, highs of 26 and lows of 18. And we're looking at rain showers continuing in Kakamega, going to highs of 25 and lows of 15. Mostly sunny conditions out in Kampala, highs of 25 and lows of 17. While at 27, it's mostly sunny in Dar es Salaam, highs of 32 and lows of 24. Johannesburg is sunny at 10, highs of 21 and lows of 8. And we're looking at rain continuing in Lagos at 24, going to highs of 31. We'll see highs of 31 in a partly sunny Kinshasa at 21, coming down to lows of just the same.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
All right, continues in most parts of the city today. Going out towards Survey, we're looking at heavy traffic along the lines. Also on Kiambu Road, it's heavy as well. Most parts of the city, it's staving off. Won't be too crazy moving forward. But let us know what happens where you are, regardless of that. And let's talk on Spice FM, KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
SpiceFM, Nakuru. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
It's 23 minutes past 9. 23 minutes to 9. Kenya's biggest conversation. It continues. Eric Latiff, Okoh, CT, Muga. And there's something that came onto the news yesterday. Police are looking for Kimilili MP Didmas Barasa after a government vehicle was found branded with UDA party colours, complete with his campaign portrait. This is a story in the Standard today. According to the police, the vehicle's registration number plate was changed to hide its original identity. Kimilili Sub-County Police Boss Mwita Marua said that the police, whose original registration details are GK948J, was impounded in the homestead of Didmas Barasa at Nasianda village yesterday in the morning. According to Marua, the double cabin vehicle belonging to Area National Constituency Development Fund had a new registration number, KBS 709D. He disclosed that police are looking for the legislator to help with ongoing investigations in this particular matter. He says, we conducted a joint operation involving the government check unit officers from Nairobi, the serious crimes personnel, the DCI. The contingent invaded the lawmaker's homestead following extensive investigations and managed to recover the vehicle, which was towed to the Kimilili police station, then Bungoma, and later Nairobi. The police boss says the police acted on a tip-off from members of the public who spotted the vehicle on the MP's campaign trail. So basically, he's being accused of taking a CDF vehicle, changing its registration, and then branding it with UDA colours and his portrait. The MP, Didmas Barasa, is on the line and he joins us now. Good morning, Mheshimiwa.
Good morning, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much for speaking to us. You've read the story that I've just read. The police are looking for you. Are you aware?
I already met with the police yesterday.
Uh-huh.
And the origin of the complaint was I have a competitor in the name of Brian Haemba who tweeted 3 days ago tagging the IG, the DCI. And as a responsive police force, they will definitely come in to ascertain whatever the allegations were. And the guy alleged that I had transferred the ownership of the car from government entity of NGCDF board to myself, which is completely false. It's not true. It's baseless because transferring or rather finding out whether one has transferred a government vehicle to his own is something that takes less than 15 minutes. I couldn't be speaking with you now. I could be somewhere in a police cell. So that's a serious crime. So that is the car I've been using for the last 4 or 5 years. Ever since I was elected to Parliament, it's my car. The plate that I alleges the KBS, those are my security plates that I keep interchanging with all my other cars for security reasons. And the fact that they came into my compound and they picked the car also tells you that the car was not on a campaign trail. If I was campaigning with a car, they could have impounded the car during my rallies because I'm a member of parliament within the constituency where the police division is domiciled in. That car work ticket is even signed by one of the people who are allowed by law to sign that work ticket are heads of department, including the commander for a local police traffic division. And if you look at the originator of the complaint, this is purely politics. And I had asked the police yesterday not to be part of a campaign team for an individual because it was not warranted for. There was no basis. That is something that you just can carry out investigations jointly before you make such kind of rumors.
Mheshimiwa, if this was an act of, politics playing out, as you say, onto what end? What would be the reason as to why somebody would want to do this to you? And then what would they be gaining from that?
He is my competitor. He's my competitor. I have about 2 competitors. He's running on a DAP. This is a former person whose character is known. He's a person who was dismissed from the judiciary as a magistrate on allegations that he was bribed and he acted in a manner that is not within the provisions of the act by granting Governor Waititu an anticipatory bail at that time. So he's a fellow who's cantankerous, and he thought maybe that because he's in a contest with me, he will want to cling on anything that will appear to slow me down in terms of either portraying me not as a good person for him to gain leverage. That is at times how politics can degenerate too. But I'm happy and I'm glad that from the first instant that I got in touch with the police, they were very kind. In fact, they looked very surprised from what they have been told, that I have transferred the ownership of the vehicle to Didmas Wekesabrasta, which is not correct. It's not true, and I'm hoping that that case will be closed.
Mheshimiwa Didmas, do you know where this CDF car is right now, or by yesterday?
Yes, I know where it is now.
By the time you were going to the police yesterday,
where
was the car GK948J?
The car, because like I told you, the instructions, of course, they tweet when you tag the IG, the DCI, the communication department of the police will forward those kind of complaints to the region, and then the region will communicate with the county. So the CPD in my local police division was under instructions to pick the vehicle and take the vehicle to Bungoma. The matter now is not in the hands of Kimilili Police Station, but is in the hands of the county police commander. That is a place where I recorded a statement yesterday in the evening. Yes. And the car is there. Yeah.
Mheshimiwa, just for purposes of clarity, is there a CDF car that is similar to the one that you have, or if there's a CDF car, what make of vehicle is it?
This is the CDF car that I use. The CDF car is for use by the patron, who is a member of parliament, and the committee to go about our usual inspection. And there is nothing wrong about this. You've seen government ministers moving with their cars, even on their campaign trail, people hanging on them. There is nothing wrong. If you intercept a convoy of a majority of governors in this country, half of the vehicles on the convoy are county vehicles, are government vehicles. You've seen Eugene Omalwa move around in his government vehicles campaigning. Why are they not raising any issues with them? This is the car that I bought with the CDF funds when I was elected a member of parliament, and I use it every time. I've never had a problem. So, I mean, why would you come and raise an issue with the Didmas using the CDF car? This CDF vehicle belongs to CDF Kimilili, where, fortunately, I am the current sitting member of parliament. What's the problem? The official campaign period begins from 29th.
Okay.
So why would you think that I'm campaigning now?
So are you saying, Mheshimiwa, that you might have, in the not so distant past, used this vehicle for campaign purposes? And if you did, there's nothing wrong with that?
Well, what I'm saying, I have been using this car not for campaigning. I am a sitting member of parliament.
Yes, we are.
I engage people through public participation. I move to inspect the project. It's assumed that anything that I do it in my official capacity.
Okay.
As long as there is elements of meeting people. And the car is to serve me, the constituency. This is a fact. And my committee in our service delivery, in line with to CDF. Just like our police officers, OCPD, they have their cars. Even if they are going to just find something, they will use that car. It's not a problem. And it's a trend. All government people who have government vehicles, they use their cars. In fact, the majority of the CSS, the plates that the civilian plates that you see fixed on their cars, those are not the original plates. And this is something that is well known. And from the records of vehicle registration, the car still belongs to national government, CDF. And when I went to Bungoma, I showed them where the original GK plates are. They are just inside the car itself.
Mheshimiwa, I'm seeking further clarification. The claim that this particular vehicle was branded.
Yes.
You say that it is indeed a government vehicle. It's intended for purposes of use by the constituency.
Yes.
Is it also permissible for such vehicles to be branded?
What happened? If you look at the type of branding that are there, I was branding all my cars. There are about 6 of them. And there was a mistake by the vendor to brand that car in those colors. He was supposed to brand that car with the schools that are built within the logo of the colors, within the policy of national government, CDF. And when we realized that the car, there was a problem, the guy was to rebrand the car. So that's why the car was parked in my compound with the other cars, and the technician was working on them. So I'm even tending to think that this guy, from the time that the tweet was made and the police came in, it is just that somebody, because my compound is not, I don't have a wall. I just have a live fence. When you're outside, you see what's going inside here. I had a meeting of about 2,000 people 2 days ago in my compound. And I think with the pictures being taken and part of the picture took that car in the parking, that's when that gentleman tweeted and saying that this CDF car had been branded, which is something that I've told the police.
Are you saying that by the time you were going to the police yesterday, the branding had been removed?
No. The rebranding was being done. The police arrived when all those process was being done. But of course, you see the police were under instructions. When you get there, pick the car, take it to Bungoma.
Okay. Explain something, Mheshimiwa, for everybody who may not understand this. You said that you have some security number plates.
Yes.
Who issues these number plates? And
I don't want to discuss about the security plates because
I'm not asking the number of your number, the details of your number plates.
I'm telling you.
I'm asking about the concept of the security of number plates. What is this?
They're issued by police.
And what is the expectation or the instruction? Are you to interchange with any vehicle you wish at any point?
No. I am a person of. I can be a person of interest by anybody anytime. That's why I have armed police officers to protect me. That's why my main gate at home is guarded by a police officer. So in the evening when I'm moving, the car that I am in, my security detail can decide to change the place of the vehicle that I'm driving in. So that if there is somebody following me, that is the essence. Yeah.
Is this done in coordination Is this done in coordination with the local police boss? So, for example, does the local police boss need to know?
Not local. A local police force can be a security threat to me. Anybody can be a security threat to me. Why would a local police be involved in ensuring that I have this place, That's why even that's why even when I'm deciding who is my bodyguard, I'm the one to decide, not a local police officer deciding for me. Yes.
But the bodyguard is a police officer.
Yes, the bodyguard is a police officer.
Does the local police boss have any say or jurisdiction over that bodyguard?
He doesn't have any say or any jurisdiction. Not at all.
Okay, so after this whole thing happened, where are we now with all of this? And I go back to that question, Mheshimiwa, is that where you are, from where you are, let's just assume the notion that vehicles that are meant for county business should not be used for politics. And I'm trying to get your stand on that.
Yeah, but it is very difficult to tell whether an elected leader sitting in an office is doing politics or is doing his official business. Like for example, when you meet a CS in somewhere in a political meeting now, he will tell you that I am not campaigning, I'm in my official duties. So that is why even me now, as a member of parliament, how do you tell when I'm campaigning and when I'm on my official duties?
It's quite
the
hard.
official campaign period begins from 29th. So, I mean, that is the time that now I'm still a member of parliament. We are going on a synod in recess, I think, early next month. That's when now we'll begin officially campaigning.
Let me ask the question in a different way, Mheshimiwa. When you purchased this vehicle for use by the seat, what were your intentions for the use of this vehicle? Because you've said that you personally purchased this using CDF funds. What, in your mind, was this vehicle supposed to be used for that would be acceptable?
I was supposed to use it when I'm in my constituency. I can go with it in Nairobi on my official duties that are in line with the CDF. I can do public participation. As a member of parliament, any meeting you do with the people, it's public participation. Because they will, it's an interactive process.
Yes.
Platform rather. So they will tell you, Mheshimiwa, we want this school being done. We are not getting bursaries, Mheshimiwa. That is feedback that we get from them. And if you read the act, the only people who are allowed to use the CDF cars, the CDF car, is a member of parliament and the CDF committee.
Who fuels the CDF car when the MP is using it?
When I'm using that the vehicle,
yes,
we usually allocate money for fuel. The way CDF funds are appropriated, you do a proposal.
Yep.
So the money that we put for fuel is about 100,000 per year, which is very little. Because even when the officers from national government, Kenya National Audit Office come, they also use this car to move around and check projects, see everything. Anybody from the board coming to see the projects, they use the same car to move around. But most of the time when I'm using it as a member of parliament, I'm a man of means. I fuel it myself.
And at what point do you claim mileage for any car that you've used now to the National Assembly? Because MPs are entitled to claiming of mileage, hasn't they?
A member of parliament has two roles, or rather two offices. We have a constituency office and the national government CDF office.
Yes.
The operations of the national government CDF are guided by the National Government CDF Act.
Yes.
Which are basically revolves around the projects, development projects. Now, the constituency offices also, we are also facilitated. The constituency offices is the one where mileage claims are paid. Now, this is from Nairobi to Kimilili. I'm paid from Nairobi to Kimilili, not the trips I make within the constituency. So at the end of the month, what I will feel to be paid back, or rather, immediately a member of parliament is elected, you go to the chief mechanical engineer. He will do a letter to National Assembly, to Parliamentary Service Commission, indicating the distance from Nairobi to your home.
Yes.
And back. So what the mileage claim would cover is from Nairobi to your constituency and back. How you move around from your constituency from point A to point B, from point 3 to point A, is not catered for. So that's the difference. So while I'm in the constituency, I move around using the GK vehicle that we bought using CDF funds.
Using the CDF fund. And we thank you very much for making this clarification. It's important because, there are many people who don't know that this is what CDF does and this is what the Office of the Member of Parliament does. I just want to ask another question. When you're making the mileage claims to the National Assembly, do you have to accompany it with the proof of movement? Is there somewhere where you show that on this particular date I moved and my odometer was reading X and at the end my odometer was reading Y?
No. What that doesn't happen because it's a challenge because you could be using different cars.
Okay.
But the car that these mileage claims are based on the car that is in your name. So the car that you first had, and when you are making this claim, they also check from the records.
Yeah.
For example, if you had traveled out of the country, you're not going to be paid because it's clear that you never went to the constituency.
Clear, yes.
Or rather, if you are on a trip to Mombasa, on a parliamentary trip up to Sunday, then it will be assumed that you never traveled home.
Yeah.
So you only fill the forms and paid for the trips made to your constituency and back.
Okay. So and this is not for you, Didmas, but is it possible that there could be an MP who would make a mileage claim while they actually used the CDF vehicle to come to Nairobi?
That is not possible because when the Office of the Auditor General comes to audit, they look at the fuel consumptions. They will raise it. It will be an audit query because going to Nairobi and back, the fuel which you use to be very high.
Yeah.
The maintenance costs will be very high, and also the movement of this car is through a work ticket.
Yes.
A member of parliament is not a signatory on the work ticket.
So there are checks and balances.
The work ticket is signed by the fund account manager and any other head of department, the base commander, the DC, the DCIO, the OCS, OCPD, and they will not sign because they understand the policies of how this vehicle should be used. If you go there for a deal that will go to Nairobi, they will not sign.
You'll not sign. Mheshimiwa Didmas Barasa, we thank you very much for speaking to us today. Thank you for clarifying the issues surrounding this vehicle. And asante sana. Have a lovely day.
Karibu.
Keep it here for more conversations in the next hour. It's now 9 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newtwam Dennis Aseto. Kenya and Tunisia pledged to enhance their collaboration in the health sector, especially in the production of medical and pharmaceutical commodities. Speaking during a bilateral meeting between Health Cabinet Secretary Mutahi Kagwe and his Tunisian counterpart Ali Robert, held at the sidelines of the World Health Assembly in Geneva, the two African nations agreed to enhance bilateral relations to foster technology sharing in vaccine manufacturing. The two ministers said the new development was informed by valuable lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic and the need to be self-reliant. The National Treasury has said micro, small and medium enterprises have so far accessed a total of 3.34 billion shillings under the Credit Guarantee Scheme. The fund, which was operationalized in December 2020 with an allocation of 3 billion shillings in the financial year 2020-2021, helped unlock 12 billion shillings from 7 commercial banks subscribed to the CGS. According to the National Treasury Cabinet Secretary Kuriatani, the fund, which was launched to avail affordable credit to MSMEs struggling with cash flow challenges at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, processed 2,139 credit facilities to MSMEs operating in 46 counties and 11 different economic sectors and were employing 11,491 Kenyans. for funds operated by the government to uplift the vulnerable from poverty should be collapsed into one and put under the patronage of the county women representatives. This is according to Siaya Women Representative Christine Ombaka. Ombaka said that the Youth Enterprise Fund, Women Enterprise Fund, Uwezo Fund, and the National Government Affirmative Action Fund should be put under one management to benefit more people in the rural area. She was speaking at Sidundo Trading Center in Usonga location in Siaya after officially opening a multi-million shilling open-air market constructed by the National Government Affirmative Action Fund. Now, over 200 young people from the Mount Kenya region have benefited from a free training program on how they can best tap into digital technologies to be self-reliant. Under the South-South Dialogue Initiative, the youth from Nyeri County was specially instructed and introduced on how to use the internet to tap into an unexploited potential of working remotely and in comfort of their homes. The two-day training dubbed Digital Awareness for Self-Sustainability was organized by an organization within the initiative with the support of the Embassy of the People's Republic of China in Kenya. Now, Kakamega Governor Wycliffe Oparanya said that Azimio la Umoja will revive the Building Bridges initiative if Raila Odinga is elected in August. Oparanya, who doubles up as ODM deputy party leader, says BBI will bring equity in the distribution of resources as well as increased revenue allocation to counties. Speaking in Kakamega, Oparanya urged the residents to support Raila Odinga in August elections, saying he is best suited to complete ongoing projects in the government. He lauded the handshake as the best thing that happened to the country, saying the current regime has been able to carry out its mandate without interference. Now, German institutions have urged Kenyans seeking scholarships to study locally or abroad to reach out, saying they are offering hundreds of scholarships to university students. The support is available for undergraduate students, master's level, as well as PhD scholars from the East Africa region, including refugees. The institutions include the German Academic Exchange Service DAD, whose representation in Nairobi started as a small office in September 1973, which has now grown into a fully fledged DAD regional office for Africa. And the FKF Transition Committee has unveiled members of its Independent Disciplinary and Appeals Committee. Former Kenya Referees Association Chairperson GMT Otieno, Kenya Football Coaches Association Chairperson John Bob Oyugi, former Kenyan International Josephat Murila, lawyer Bernard Murunga, and ex-team manager Harambee Starlets Asher Pili Ramadan were named in the committee. The chairperson of the FKF Transition Committee, Justice Retired Aaron Ringera, appreciated the new members for heeding the call of the country in time of need. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM.
Okay, at a few minutes after 9 o'clock, we see some traffic still in certain parts of the city. I think we're dealing with the dregs of it on Mombasa Road, which was not really an issue. But the Thika Superhighway, just past Survey, we're still seeing it quite heavy. And we're looking at a bumper-to-bumper situation through to the Pangani Underpass, coming off of Kiambu Road to Muthaiga Square, and then, yes, joining the Pangani Underpass. That still continues. Ring Road Western's not too crazy. Coming off Waiyaki Way today is also looking pretty good. Murang'a Road, where we had that issue coming then towards the Globe Cinema overpass and just at the roundabout. That still continues, but we'll keep an eye on that. Other parts of the city you should be able to get through without too much of a headache. Should that happen, let us know where you might be stuck. Folks are ready to share an alternate route for you. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
And we continue until the end of the hour. For today, CT Muga has the day's proverb before we speak about our next guest in the studio.
Yes, being well dressed does not prevent one from being poor. This is a proverb from DRC.
Being well dressed does not prevent one from being poor. Okay. Should have gotten Terence to do it in that language. Kama wewe, kama batoto bako smart. Wewe bado maskini.
Batoto bado maskini.
Batoto bado maskini. Bado smart. Gava smart. Yeah. So we want to talk about logistics and global logistics, global integrated logistics in the wake of COVID-19. We have two guests who are joining us in this conversation. One of them is in the studio and the other one will join us via video link. Ruth Tabu is in the studio. She is the head of customer experience for the East African area for an organization called MASK. We've seen it. We've seen those containers that are written MASK on the trucks, on the roads. We've seen photos of huge marine vessels written MASK. And some people assume that MASK is a container company. Others assume that MASK is a shipping company. But Ruth, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. This is a radio company.
Asante sana, Eric.
So what is MASK?
MASK is a global integrated company. MASK is headquartered in Copenhagen in Denmark. And until a few years back, we were mainly known as a maritime transport company because we did have assets, ships, and we did spend quite a bit of time moving containers around the world. But then we started out on a new strategy where we really wanted to integrate logistics for customers. And the journey started towards the end of 2016. So today we see ourselves in a field that nobody has ever been out to. We find ourselves as pioneers in building a truly integrated company that brings solutions to customers. When we talk solutions here, we are saying end-to-end logistics to our customers. So a customer who comes to you just doesn't want, for example, ocean transport, which was our traditional niche. What they want is to move their cargo from wherever it is currently to wherever it needs to get to. And what we are trying to do today is to make sure that we can integrate that journey for them. We can manage their supply chain. We can make sure that they concentrate on the business that they are experts at. And we do the rest of the work on the logistics front.
So I have a container loading in Gwangju.
Yes.
And I need that container to come to Kameredo.
Yes.
Where is Kameredo? Somewhere.
I mean, you're the one who
You're the
knows
one who
it.
said it, so you must know where
You're
it is.
asking us as
You're asking us as though you
we
left
had
us there
sat
and you're
and
coming
discussed
back.
that the destination should be Kameredo.
Just come
Sure.
on, just on my geography. So I want you to come to Kameredo.
Yes.
Okay? Now take me through that journey. Bring me my container.
So traditionally, what would happen is you would make a booking, what we call a CY booking, which stands for container yard, meaning you would just deliver the container to me as MASK, and I would deliver it to the next container yard, which for Kenya would be either Mombasa or Nairobi at the ICD.
Okay.
Today, what I will do is have a discussion with you, Eric, and say, Eric, you're an expert. What are you carrying in your container? Maybe finished goods, white goods.
Yep.
So what I'll do for you is I'll come to the factory floor and I'll pick that up for you. I will do the delivery for your land side. I will do the customs clearance for you. I will make sure that your container is transported and loaded onto the vessel. I will then make sure that it's delivered in Mombasa, cleared in Mombasa, and delivered to your doorstep in Kamirithu and de-staffed if need be. If you want me to distribute the cargo for you, I can do that.
So you're basically saying, I'm going to take the food in a spoon, put it in your mouth, move your mouth up and down so you can masticate, and then I'm going to massage your throat so that you can also swallow, basically.
In logistics, yes, that's a first. because
Wow.
a lot of it is really fragmented. You have different suppliers doing everything else. So you have, for example, in the past, what would happen is you'd have to hire a separate person to do for you your transport, a separate person to do for you your customs clearance, a separate person to do your shipping, to do your deliverance, to do your distribution. But today I'm saying I'm giving you a package, a solution that says you focus on cooking your food. I will do the rest for you.
Why?
I'm the expert and I can do that for you.
Why?
We like to say that it gives opportunities to customers to have one throat to choke. If your business is manufacturing, that's what you're an expert at.
Yep.
You really don't want to be an expert at transport. You don't want to be an expert at customs clearance. You want somebody who's an expert in that area to handle that for you. So what we're saying is we want our customers to focus on what they are good at, on what their core business is, and we take care of the rest. Yes. So we are removing the pain that customers have had. The other thing we are doing is that the fragmented supply chains that we have today create a lot of cost.
Yep.
Where you have problems is usually where there's a handover. You have 2-3 different people handling your business. The handover from person 1 to person 2, there's going to be problems. Person 3 to person 4, there's going to be problems. If I'm doing it for you, we eliminate handovers. You get one solution, you get one price, and you're happy. Yes.
Who is the target for this? Are we looking at, the run-of-the-mill folks who are bringing in goods from, wherever, or you're looking at big business who then gets to, take advantage of this service?
And that's the beauty of what we do at Mask. We take care of all our customers, all customers. So we have products for big business, multinationals, manufacturing companies, and we have products for SMEs. And we have products for the guy who just wants to move his personal cargo because he's moving to work from South Africa to work in Kenya, and he just wants his container moved. So we offer solutions across all these different customers segments. Yeah.
Like you said, it's integrated logistics. When we talk about global logistics, there are very many moving parts. Like you say, there are various ports of, is it port of loading or port of hand, whatever. Then there's the port of destination, and then there's the inland container depot and the inland ports and all these things. How, if you were just to give a brief description of the global logistics industry and how it looks like, could you do that in about 2 minutes?
So global logistics, logistics in itself just is basically how we move goods, supply chain. It's how you move goods from one place to another. And what's happening globally is that there's sourcing that people do, and there's distribution when they have their final product. So you have people who are importing, you have people who are exporting, and you have people who are manufacturing, and so they're moving their cargo or goods or parts from different parts of the world. So, for example, an iPhone manufacturer will probably have his factory in China, but the parts are coming from all over the world, and he needs to make sure that they get to wherever they need to be manufactured and put together at the right time for him to deliver his final product to the last area. So global logistics is constantly moving between where you source and where you actually sell your product. So customers are looking for solutions that help them to be able to meet all those needs at a very short place in time. And global logistics is just what it is. It's global today. So previously you'd find very localized way of manufacturing thing where people would source locally, but today that has changed completely. And so we need to be cognizant of this, and as a player in the global market, we see our role as being able to bring together all these players in the industry and to help them to each get what they need from wherever they want it in the world.
These things, it's music to my ear. That is, of course, if indeed I wanted things moved from point A to point B and C and D. How then do you differ from other people who reportedly do similar thing? Green Link, Salihia, some of these, they are called logistics companies that move goods. Well, all you do is, as you said, you give it to them and it ends up at your doorstep.
Yeah.
Is there a difference?
Yes, there's a difference. So logistics players are in very many different areas of the whole chain. So you have transporters. You have people who mainly work with CHB, which is Customs House Brokerage. You have forwarders whose job is mainly to help importers perhaps source and then do the movement and the documentation for them all over the world. So all these are players in this same industry. And there are people who are experts in a specific niche. So you'll have, for example, in Kenya, a very robust transport company where you have people who own trucks. And what they do mainly is to contract with others to move their cargo by trucks, by road. Rail is also a form of logistics, and KRC in Kenya today are a big player in trying to make sure that they can build up the SGR and use it to move goods. So all these are parts and pieces of the supply chain. They all form a part of what we call logistics for our customers. The difference between that and us is that we are now integrating this. So Maersk is no longer just offering a bit, which was the maritime transport, which is what we previously used to do. So we would mainly concentrate around moving from port to port. That was our strength. Today, what we do is we integrate it for you. So you no longer need to deal with so many different players in the market to get your goods moving. I hope that helps, City.
It does. In fact, I'm just trying to picture it.
Yeah.
Meaning, I get in touch with you.
Yes.
Every bit of movement that forms part of what we refer to as logistics, everything, to the point where whatever it is I want transported gets to the ship, all that is now you.
Yes, City. All that is now us.
And so once I contract you, then whatever it is I want can actually get to my doorstep.
It gets to your doorstep if that's what you want. If you want us to distribute it, what we call fulfillment, meaning that you're perhaps also buying it because you need to distribute it, we will do that for you.
There's a lot then to discuss here and to get to understand.
Yes.
There's a lot that happens in this industry. There's a lot that happens, through the world. You only see goods when you're seeing them at the shop. And you can see made in China, made in Taiwan, made wherever, made in Korea, made
in Turkey. And also made in Kenya.
And then you just assume, this thing has arrived where it has come to the shop. You don't think about how you get them to the shop. And then you get into business. And you have to source the goods. And you realize that just by boarding a plane here and going to Gwangju, because everybody is going to Gwangju, or going to Turkey because everybody is going to Turkey, that's not it. There's a lot more. Now, when it comes to clearances, particularly of goods, there are people who will complain about delays at the port in terms of clearance. There are people who talk about the pre-export verification certification and goods arriving here, and then you're told this should have been inspected before they boarded this vessel to come here. Do you then advise your customers on all these requirements before, or is there somewhere where someone can get all this information? And then by the time they're coming to Maersk, they're telling you, what, I have my goods coming from here. You can get the PVC TTT on this date, and you can bring my goods to Kamirido on X date.
And that's the change that we are making. That's the transformation that we are talking about. Because in the past, you, as Eric, would have to find out a way, figure it out by yourself, try and call your friend who has ever cleared something before, find out who they cleared it with, go to Google, find out, is there someone who can do this for me? But going forward, what we are saying at Maersk is that we can do this for you. So all you need to do is to give us a call or to go online at maersk.com, and you'll find our products there. And what we'll do is we will carry that headache for you. We will figure it out for you. All you need to do is to tell us what it is you're paying, what it is that you need, and we'll figure that out for you. That's really the change we are bringing into this market with the new integration journey that we are going through.
Jabu, you've mentioned a number of times that Maersk is a global company.
Yes.
Okay. Define global.
So we operate in around 193 countries globally. Yes. We have over 100,000 staff that work for us globally. And that basically means that there's no part of this world that we don't get to if we need to.
So in this region, because you are head of the customer experience in fact, just listening to you, I can get the experience. Okay. So in this region of East Africa,
yes.
In what countries are you?
So we have 6 sites where we have offices, but we do business in the 11 countries that make up Eastern Africa. So when we talk Eastern Africa, we are talking plus the Horn of Africa.
Okay.
So the Kenya office, that's the head office for Eastern Africa, takes care of the traditional 5 countries in Eastern Africa, and then it's Ethiopia, it's Somalia, it's Djibouti, it's Sudan. We are in those countries also. And then Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, South Sudan.
The world had shut down 2
Yes.
years ago. Like
Yes.
completely. Like everybody was like, okay, shut down your factories. If factories are shut down, then that means logistics affected. And how did that impact your business?
It's interesting what happened to our business because of that. And it became quite clear to everyone globally that logistics is a key part of the world business, and that always needs to be kept moving. If you recall, for example, in Kenya, not only was it that we the world stopped, but literally we had curfews. And maybe I can share an example of one customer who we had to support during that time. Interestingly, at that point in time, requirement for Kenyan tea grew phenomenally because it was one area that was open up. And so we have a customer who ships out about 20 containers a week. And within that
tea.
of tea. And within that period, their requirement went up to about 100 containers a week.
Wow.
And
for clarification's purposes, when we're talking about container, we're talking about the 40-foot. Or what are we talking about?
Yeah, 40
Okay.
or 20. So
Okay.
a customer will either ship out a 40 or a 20 foot.
Okay.
Yes. So what happened is we needed to support them during this period of time. We needed to find a solution for them to move their tea from the tea areas, get it into Mombasa, put it in warehouses, and make sure that they make the vessel. Now, logistics and port operations run on a very strict schedule. Planning has to be done. There are deadlines at the port. There's documentation that needs to be in place for this to move as clockwork as it should. So just supporting them to be able to deal with that kind of, change in their demand, unprecedented change, was really something that needed a partner for us to be able to do that well. So we did partner with them, and we did give them solutions to help them to meet that increased demand. If you recall, there were even curfews, and we didn't have trucks out at night.
Yep.
So negotiating on bathing windows, negotiating on deadlines for them to bring cargo to the port, on what we call late arrivals, because there's deadlines even on when cargo gets in, supporting them. At some point in time, we had KPA having the whole export document down, department down, but making sure that there was a contingency in place to support them through this. That really showed the value of having logistics working at any given point in time. If you recall, the other thing that needed to happen was there had to be prioritization of PPEs and then distribution of them and sourcing and making sure that they reached the critical staff who needed to use them. And we did have very good partnerships with the port and with the customs authorities. We managed to secure some and to bring them into the country so that we could make sure that operations at the port could continue and we could support the business within Eastern Africa. So logistics is very key at such times, especially during uncertainties, and we will see more of this going forward. Even now, we see already the issues and the impact of something like, if you remember, in addition to COVID bringing down the world, if you remember the vessel that blocked the Suez Canal and the big impact it had on the logistics and supply chains of customers. So it's really a key part of making sure that commerce keeps moving globally. And so we understand our critical role globally as a logistics provider to make sure that we have a robust way of supporting global economies during such times, and to make sure we have really good business contingency plan in place to make sure that the supply chains are sustainable going forward. So that's something we've been working at and making sure that we really build up on that bit of how we do our business. Yeah.
You also require, I presume, to have a very good understanding of the laws in the various ports, in the various countries that you operate in.
Yes.
Now, is there any harmonized kind of law or legal regime or regulatory framework that says if you land at whatever port, this is what's expected to happen, so that you know, as a global company, there are some things that are just, they're basic, they're uniform.
Yes.
So if your vessels are coming from port A and they are expected to land, to go to port B through port C. It's already known to you what is happening, or
Yes.
are there some areas, some countries where you encounter challenges?
Every country really does have its own rules and regulations about what fits into what they require that comes in or doesn't come in. So there's cargo acceptance in some places. Some cargo is accepted, some is not. There are rules around vessels. And then there are the physical rules. There are certain sizes of vessels that cannot berth in certain ports. So, you have to meet or to comply with that. And then there are customs regulations. Again, these are very, very unique to each country and to each border. There are some that are common. So, for example, in Eastern Africa, we have the ECMA Act, which is basically the Joint Customs Act that the Eastern Africa community follow and uphold. But within that also, we still have local rules within Kenya. A common one and a famous one is, of course, the car, the age of the car that you can bring into Kenya or into Uganda. That's very different. So that's very important for us as we are shipping to make sure that our customers are aware of that. So we do have experts even within our teams to make sure that we capture all these requirements and we are compliant as we do, as the orders come in and what it is that we can or we cannot carry. So we do have people whose role is to make sure that we are following up on all those compliance rules. Yes.
Is there an appetite for this? I mean, obviously you said, look, in the business of serving clients and serving customers, but then I think it must be fueled by something. It must be fueled by, a cry out and say, okay, well, we wish we had a one-stop shop kind of thing. So then even after instituting this, do you find that there are more and more people who then now, businesses, individuals otherwise, who then jump on this and say, we would like to take advantage of this, then also could give rise to the growth of the economy situation as well? Do you see that happening?
Yeah, and we do. We do. In fact, this building up to an integrator strategy came from the voice of the customer.
Okay.
This is what they have asked us for in the past. This is the pain we have seen and noted in the market, where they would come to you and say, yeah, I like working with you, but you'll only get my container from point A to point B. This is where my pain is. Can you find a solution? And recently we had a global leadership meeting in Gothenburg in Sweden a couple of weeks back. And one of the things we were doing was reviewing our strategy. We've been having it for a number of years, and is it working? And we came to the conclusion that yes, it is working. We have seen the results in our books globally. We've seen with the comments from our customers. We have built more partnerships at a global level. We have seen people who want to go with us all the way. This is what they want, so there is an appetite for it. Yeah. There is.
I want us to take a quick break at 29 minutes after 9. We're having a conversation about the global integrated logistics industry, especially in the wake of COVID-19. And even now, we'll also talk about, of course, Ukraine. Every day there's a logistical issue, whether it's a Suez Canal that has been blocked in the wake of Suez blockage or in the wake of COVID. Joining us in the studio is Ruth Tabu. She is the head of customer experience for the East African area at Maersk. And then we'll be joined after the break by Florence Bogwer, who is a commercial and sales director in the same organization for the same region, talking about global logistics global logistics industry and how it's structured. Maersk has, as we've been told by Tabu, has brought integration into integration. And this is it. KRA wants you to remember that kuja tujadiliane tuelewane. Though your sins may be as
red as crimson,
they shall be
white as snow. Let's talk. We can make this okay. We can make the situation a little bit more bearable by not coming after you in that punitive manner. Just come, sit, explain. And through your explanation, with the help of a mediator, we can work things out.
What is snow in Kiswahili?
Sana, are you asking me?
Theluji.
Hey. Her name is Tabu.
Yes. she has solved this problem.
She gets it.
She has theologized. Time for a quick break. We'll be back shortly after the break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This nation has never healed genuinely from the 2000-2008 violence. We've never had a healing process. We've swept it under the rug.
Let me tell you, the handshake was the most disastrous political event in the history of country after the coup attempt of 1982.
There is no Kikuyu pothole, Luo lack of water,
Right.
Okamba, lack of traffic.
Yeah.
There is no Luya lack of drugs in the hospitals. Or Jaluo one. All our issues are the same issues.
If you are in a room and just about everybody in that room has a court case or another, what impression does that give you?
What are you saying? Why haven't you done it in the last 20 years? But they're telling us, like August, some miracle is going to happen. My friend, I want to tell Kenyans you'll be in for a rude shock.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, so we're looking at cloudy conditions continuing in Nairobi. We'll see highs today of 26 and lows of 16. Mostly cloudy at 19 in Nakuru, highs of 24 and lows of 14. And it's mostly cloudy at 19 in Nyeri, highs of 24 and lows of 15. At 18 degrees, it's cloudy in Nyeri, in Eldoret, I beg your pardon, highs of 23 and lows of 13. The rain keeps coming in Mombasa at 28, highs of 31 and lows of 25. And at 28, it's raining as well in Malindi, highs of 31 and lows of 26. 22 and light rain in Kisumu, highs of 26 and lows of 18. And it's mostly cloudy. The rain beckons in Kakamega, highs of 25 and lows of 15. At 20, Kampala is sunny now, highs of 25 and lows of 17. And the rain continues in Dar es Salaam at 27, highs of 32 and lows of 24. It's partly sunny at 13 in Johannesburg, highs of 21 and lows of 8. And sunny conditions in Lagos now after the rain, highs of 31 and lows of 24. It's sunny in Kinshasa as well. We'll see highs of 31 and lows of 21. Looking into Beijing into early evening, it's 31 and that'll be today's high, coming down to lows of 14 into the night. Mostly sunny conditions at 13 in Paris, highs of 20 and lows of 11. And at 12, London is sunny, highs of 18 and lows of 10. And round things off in New York, it's 14 degrees coming into Wednesday. We'll see highs of 20 and lows of 13.
Welcome to Spice FM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever.
All right, Mombasa Road is a dream, I hear. You will not have a problem getting in and out of Mombasa Road today. Thika Superhighway not letting up, at least not for now. Just past Adutali Drift is where you find most of the traffic, but it's still bumper to bumper as you get towards the Pangani underpass. Coming off Kiambu Road, the lanes have reduced. I think from 4 now back to the normal 2, but it's still heavy as you go through past the DCI headquarters. All right, what else are we looking at? On Uhuru Highway, everybody feeding in towards the CBD, much better off Langata Road as well as Ngong Road. Valley Road as well, behaving very well. Other parts of the city then feeding onto Uhuru Highway, not too heavy. That stretch, however, between Bunyala Roads and the Langata Stadium, the Nyayo Stadium coming off Langata Road still continues, but should be all right. Let's talk through the morning. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Business News with Spice FM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. KCB Group has announced the appointment of Paul Russo as the new Chief Executive Officer effective today. Russo, who is the current National Bank of Kenya CEO and KCB Group Regional Business Director, takes over leadership of the giant lender from Joshua Oigara, whose term has ended after 9.5 years. However, Oigara is expected to remain for unspecified period to oversee transition. A solar battery manufacturing plant is said to be constructed in the Democratic Republic of Congo to manufacture electric storage batteries to power smart cities in Africa and the rest of the world. The battery plant, to be constructed by the U.S. engineering and infrastructure firm KE International, has enlisted a Kenyan investor, Julius Mwale, as one of its key partners in the project. The African Development Bank Group's board of directors has approved a $1.5 billion emergency food production facility to help tackle the global food crisis sparked by the Russia-Ukraine conflict. The funds will help 20 million African farmers produce an extra 38 million metric tons of food to address growing fears of starvation and food insecurity in the continent. Doggett Properties opened its first Safari Centre Highway service station at Naivasha in a new servicing model for motorists and travellers, offering facilities from electric vehicle charging stations right beside the highway. The centre's electric charging points are the first outside Nairobi and will make it possible for high-end electric vehicles to drive from Nairobi to Kisumu and back by charging each way at the Naivasha Safari Centre. This is the biggest expansion yet to the distance electric vehicles can cover in Kenya, and comes ahead of government plans to add charging stations countrywide. For Spice Business, I'm Dennis Aseto.
SpiceFM Business. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
It's 24 minutes to 10. The conversation continues in the Situation Room on SpiceFM. You're also live streaming the show on our website, www.spicefm.co.ke. We are live on YouTube. SpiceFM KE is our channel, and our page on Facebook is SpiceFM KE. We are talking about global integrated logistics in the wake of COVID-19. Our guest in the studio is Ruth Tabu. She is the head of customer experience for Eastern African area for Maersk, and the commercial and sales director for the same region, Florence Bogwa, is joining us via video link. And Florence, very good morning to you.
Ryan.
It's good to have you on the show. In the studio is Eric Latiff, Okoh, and CT Muga. We've been having some good understanding of the integrated logistics industry globally from Tabu, who's explained a lot of things to us. And you know, the conversation that we ended with before we went to the break is talking about the legal framework and what happens, you know, with moving from one area to the other. City has a big question.
Well, it isn't that big. It's just a question. There's something we refer to as online real-time cargo tracking. And from what my reading informs me, that Maersk are leaders in this particular sphere. Now, is that service available for importers in East Africa?
That's a great question. Yes, it is. We have a tool called TWILL, TWILL. So it is an integrated end-to-end online tool where you can go in and within 5 clicks make a booking for Maersk to pick up your cargo from whichever location in the world and bring it to your doorstep. Let me make it very practical. Right now we import our cars. Yeah, let's say you buy a car in Japan or in the UK. You have a guy who drives it to the port. He books a ship. The ship comes to Mombasa. You have a forwarding agent who then picks the car, does the customs clearance. Then you have another guy who drives it down to you in Nairobi.
Yep.
In TWILL, you will go in. You will put in from where you want us to collect the car, in Manchester, Liverpool, wherever, to where you want it delivered. Yeah? Let's just say, I don't know, Kangemi, house number 3. Yes, and that we will pick it, we will process the documents, we will put it on our ship, we will bring it to the port of Mombasa, we will clear it for you and drive it and bring it to your door, number 21 in Kangemi. 5 clicks. So this is available. You go on now, you can do it now. So this is very much available. And it's not just cars, it's all your cargo. This is to enhance the small and medium-sized customers who are putting in 1 container, 2 containers. They don't want to interact with 20 people. It's available, it is working, and it is there.
About the tracking, so are you saying that the containers that will help deliver these goods are smart containers, so that wherever I'm sitting, like say I'm sitting in the studio right now and I had a computer, I can actually see my cargo, I can track it, and I actually know where it is at any given point in time?
So we will push notifications to you to show you every step of the process. So at every place the container is moving from the road to the ship, back to the port, after customs clearance, You will see on your phone a notification telling you this is where we are, this is where we are, this is where we are. So yes, in a way, you're able to track your container all the way to your doorstep.
I want to take this discussion a little further. There is what you say makes sense. I love it. Now, what about actually viewing my cargo inside the container? Meaning, apart from just tracking it online, do you have a facility where I can actually see my cargo? I know it looks like this, and it's in the so that when it leaves the port, I can see it. When it arrives, I can still see it. So that even as I'm tracking it, visibly, I know, yes, this is what I...
It's inside.
I can see. This is it. Unaona, my cargo. Yes.
Maybe Florence, I can comment on that. Yes, so City has been watching futuristic movies for sure. And hopefully we'll get there one day. But we are not too far off. I can tell you that for sure. So let me talk about the product that we have for our reefer customers. And reefer cargo is very sensitive cargo. It needs to be managed at certain temperatures and air movement within the container. And we have a tool called Captain Peter. I know he was hoping for a different captain.
Philip. No, he was hoping for Captain Camarillo. Yes.
But we do have a tool called Captain Peter. So what Captain Peter does is enables you at your desk to view how your cargo is progressing, to even make changes to temperatures and to the air circulation within the container. So we do have smart containers for our chilled cargo. And you can track it online yourself. You can be able to put in your container number also and see where it is and see what's going on within the container. So if there's a shift in the gases, you can actually have that changed and amended. So we have smart containers for our chilled cargo. That's a technology that Maersk really has taken the forefront in, and it really has boosted our business within Eastern Africa. The avocado market has really blown in the past couple of years, and it's really the technology we're bringing in to help the customers to be able to deliver that globally.
It's a really snazzy service. I'm sure it comes with just a snazzier price tag.
Yeah, those who want good things. What was that about clothes and money?
You want good things, you pay for it.
Yeah.
That wasn't the proverb, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but definitely, of course, there's a cost to such kind of technology, but the value that it brings and the opportunities that it creates for our farmers in the global market really does make a difference.
So in terms of understanding the benefits that, a business then would be able to gain from doing something like this, are you able to also guarantee time? We're talking about lead time on somebody putting in this request and saying, look, there are customers waiting for me on the other side. Am I going to get this product in a safe and, just as they are maintaining the integrity of the product, along that? What guarantee then is given to your client?
Yeah, so there's obviously a different expectation when we talk about chilled cargo that is time-bound and when we talk about normal dry cargo. And then, of course, to talk about the way that the networks have been squeezed. When I talk networks, I'm talking about the vessel movement because of the issues that we've had with COVID and with other issues happening globally. So we've had really pressure to deliver on time. We do sell a product that has a specific timeline. So we talk about transit time. So when we sell your product, we tell you this is what the expected transit time is. And when we are talking about specialized products like reefers, then we say, what do we need to do to make sure that one, specific to the supply chain for reefers, there is the removing of the fruit from the tree. You have to factor that in. There is the pre-cooling because it has to move at a certain temperature, be stuffed at a certain temperature. That has to happen at a period in time. Most of this is in central province, and so we need to move that down to Mombasa. There's a timeline in there. There's the port operations. We need to make sure that if we are having what you call direct loading to save on time, that is factored in there. And then there's the sea leg. And then there's the destination. And then there's the amount of time that it needs to be on the shelf for it to make sense at destination. So, and this is why integration makes sense, really. This is a good example why integration makes sense. Because if you think about all of that, then really that avocado that leaves the tree in Gatundu at a particular point in day when does it make sense for it to hit the shelves in Europe, in Rotterdam, and to be there long enough for people to buy and still get it in a good enough way that they can keep it a couple of days in the house before they eat it? There's a certain technology that goes into it. You can give guarantees, but there's a lot of things that can disrupt the supply chain.
So is there insurance for such disruptions?
There is insurance. We even have a product called Value Protect that really can cover you in such incidences. But yes, more often than not, the customer has to take on his own insurance, but we also do have insurance on our side to be able to pay claims if indeed there's something that we do within the transport plan that does have an impact on the cargo.
How do you integrate, because this is a complex systems that you clearly have, how do you integrate this with compliance authorities in the various countries so that this whole process can actually move quickly?
Yeah, so remember that we are experts on the supply chain. Our customers are experts on the product, and they're also experts on the documentation. So the compliance on the product, getting the right documents for them to be allowed to move the cargo, sits with the importer himself. Or with the exporter himself.
Or importer,
yes. Yes. In this kind of scenario. What we do is to help them to just take care of the logistics itself, the movement of the cargo. But in terms of compliance, there's compliance around the size of the avocado. And maybe every year you hear around February, the fruit is not ready. The government still hasn't given the certification.
To get ready.
Yes. And then, of course, there's the requirement in terms of even how it is prepared. And that sits with the customer himself to make sure that he is compliant.
Florence, I'm interested to know, do you play an advisory role then when it comes to, telling clients, look, we advise that you do it this way in order to guarantee the safety and integrity of product or service? Or do you just say, look, this is what the client wants and let's just go with that. Whatever happens at the end of the day, we deal with it then? Or are you able to say, based on our experience and our expertise, this is what we would then advise you to do?
I mean, that's a great question. That's a really great question. So, as Mark, and I'm sure Ruth has explained this, I mean, first of all, we do not come to the customers with a solution. We come to the customers with a blank page, and we listen to the customer's journey. And it's not a one-day exercise. Yeah, we can be there, several days, just talking to all the people who are playing a part within the customer's company, listening to what and actually trying to derive what is their pain point. Yeah, we've just launched a new purpose in March, which is, improving life for all by connecting the world. So we really want to improve the customer's life. We listen to them. We figure out what exactly is your issue. It could be that even the supply chain setup that they have, we need to maybe remodel it. So we don't just go with solutions, we listen in. And then when we understand what the customer really wants, then we advise them and start together working towards a solution that can address their pain points. Let me be specific. If it's a warehousing solution, is your warehouse actually in the right location? You've been doing this for 20 years. Why haven't you tried to do it this way? We don't just bring the product into the warehouse that we found and start operating it the way you said. We actually go in and start engaging you. What are the HS codes? What is your compliance levels? Do you have a new product? Have you gone to KRA and found out if they agree to your HS code? Are they going to bring issues when the product is here? Until we have all that lined up, all the ducks in a row, then we move, We move together, We have ticked all the boxes, and then we start now doing the end-to-end transport or logistics solutions for you. So we are walking the journey with the customer. We are helping them and not proactively telling them, this is a roadblock. Have you checked it before you start? So that way, you have a better customer experience when you actually start operating.
Florence, people hear Maersk and they think Maersk is a big global company, so it deals with big global organizations. In Kenya, there are very many small SMEs that are, sometimes actually what they do is they come together, let's team up, CT and I and Ndu, and take up one container that we're going to put goods in. So there you're dealing with 3 different people. Do you then sit with those 3 different people and ask them, so what are your needs? Or do you say, you 3 different people come up with one need and I'm going to talk to you as one?
No, that's not our approach at all. We treat all our customers the same way. And yes, we are in Kenya, where the majority is small and medium-sized customers. So the fit with mask is that we have even rolled out a new, the less than container load offering, where actually even you as a small player with half a container, bring in your 3 pallets. We will then be talking to other small customers who bring in their 2 pallets. You are all going to the same destination. You need the cargo to be there at the same time. So we will put you in one container. We will take to wherever market, China, and then we will deconsolidate that container, break the bulk, and deliver to your customers. So we are not closing our doors. In fact, this is what we want to encourage. Small and medium-sized customers, which is the nature of our market. We have the right offering for everybody, whether you have the 100 containers per week or you have 3 pallets a week. And we are listening to everybody, treating everybody equally.
Somebody has asked me this question. Now that we're talking about integration, where you're saying end-to-end, tell us about the cost. Does it become cheaper in the long run using this end-to-end than if I was using my, I know a guy in Gwangju who will drive this vehicle or who will take these goods from this point to bring them to the port?
So, good question again. Let me just tell you, I just brought in my car 2 years ago from the UK. The guy, I had to pay a guy to take it to the vessel. I have to pay the shipping line and some export clearance documents. When it landed in the port in Mombasa, my clearing agent said, your guy in the UK gave the wrong documents. So can you ask him to bring the right documents? Within that, I have spent 10 days. Then I'm told, I don't know, your HS code was not the right one. Now you need to add some more duty. In the midst of that, I was hit with a bill which I had not foreseen. If I had used steel, if I had used mask, I talk to Ruth. I tell her, Ruth, I have a car. It is here. You bring it to my door. I am dealing with only Ruth. You are in charge of documents, transport, clearance. I don't want to hear that there's an exchange here, and so I have to pay additional fees. And every broker in the supply chain, remember, every person you hand over to the process is adding their margins on top of whatever it is that was there. So we are talking one rate, one person who I'm dealing with. You cannot blame anyone else. You're the only one who has been handling my car. So the complexity and the cost are the points where we take hands on a container from one person to the other falls away. So I will tell you, no headache. And if you look at the end-to-end cost, it is much better than having to deal with 4 or 5 brokers as you go along and bring your client to Kenya.
Ruth, let me ask you. Now we have a big challenge with the global logistics for food, wheat, palm oil, and such. So you've been dealing with somebody here in Kenya who's been importing wheat from Ukraine. Suddenly, they cannot source. Now you have all these networks all over the world. Are you able to advise this person that, I am hearing that we have noticed that there are many more people who are loading wheat from such and such a port. Maybe you could consider. Are you offering that as an added service, or is it part of the end-to-end, integrated integrations?
Integrated integrations. So really, we are open to have such kinds of discussions with our customers. But we are also not experts on the global commodities markets. We do know what's happening in the markets, and we do see trends that we share, and we do partner with some of our customers just to tell them what we see and what's happening out there. So that information we can share to that level. It's really up to the customer to see whether that makes sense for them to go into a particular market or whether it doesn't. But we will be there to support you if you then make the decision and to help you to see, give you some kind of visibility on what does that mean for you if you change your sourcing patterns. We can do that for you. Yeah.
Florence, Ruth came here with a box, and she told us that she'll wait for you to get on the call, and then she'll tell us about the box. So now that you're on the call, Ms. Tabu, this box.
Eric, I think you haven't given...
the true story.
Yes. Ruth said she came with a box.
Yes.
But I said there was another box on the way.
There's a container.
Yes, it is
from Florence.
Within that container, Florence is sent anyway.
Florence within the other container.
Yes. Okay, carry on, Eric.
Yeah.
Ruth.
Yeah. So these are the classic Danish butter cookies. So they're branded, as you can see, Mask. And every year we give our customers a tin of cookies. This is just part of the way of saying thank you. Now, what happened because of COVID, our customers usually get their box in November, December. They are sure that they will get the box. This year, the cookies only came in a couple of months ago. And for me, the story was just around really the disruption is even for us as a company. We had disruptions in our own supply chains.
Yep.
But finding solutions and making sure that our customers can get their, guaranteed box, their treat. This is important to us. So we are very happy to also share this with you. I know Ndu said she really does love.
It's the thing, man.
Yeah.
It brings back memories
Yes.
of my childhood and my dad, and it's absolutely amazing, these things. Your clients
Was
are
he a
lucky
Mask
folk.
client? He's among those that used to receive this every year. So now we join that list of annual box. Okay, so
tutaona.
that's good.
At least you have one today.
Tujadiliane,
You have one today for sure. This is a guaranteed box for you guys.
In case I
good
had
day
any
to have a
doubt,
good day.
Ruth is a Kenyan.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ruth.
Karibuni, I hope you really enjoy it, and I'm glad I could make those memories come alive for you.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Yes.
Oh, yes, indeed. So this also is your own experience in terms of disruption of the global supply chain.
Yes.
Now, what is it that you did to overcome that or to circumvent that?
This one, to be honest, it's really leveraging on our partnerships. Yes. And that's a big part of logistics and making it work. It's not just about, the assets, the numbers and everything. It's about leveraging relationships. That's really how you make things work for you.
Would you say that right now you're leveraging on relationships?
That's coming. Not yet.
That's how you make things work.
So one of the things that we learned even as we were bringing them in is there's a strict guideline even on the date, for example, the manufacturing date that appears on any product and when it is actually shipped out. And so we manufactured as usual. But then because we couldn't get space to bring it in, we fly them in. We really had to find a solution and to really get a lot of approvals that were exceptional for us to make sure that our customers get their boxes. And it just made me think about how this works for our customers also. Many times if you don't think through what it means for a customer to make sure that the deadlines they have, the timelines they have work, you could really be messing up a customer big time. Yeah.
Where that job of customer experience,
Yes.
you're doing it very well.
Asante.
Yeah. And that job of commercial and sales director, Florence, you're also doing it very, very well. Thank you very much for joining us in this conversation. It's good to actually shed light and to get to understand the global logistics industry and what it means and how it works. Ladies, asanteni sana. Come again soon. Florence, next time you'll be the one who's in the studio so that the container can be out there. So we have a conversation.
Cool. Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Here today's proverb from City.
Yes. Being well dressed does not prevent one from being poor. That's a proverb from DRC.
Sawa. Have a lovely day. Thank you very much for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation. Tomorrow is Thursday. We'll be back. Tomorrow we'll be back to March. It's going to be the 26th day of March 2022. We wish you a lovely day. So who? Yolanda and DJ Absolute are coming in at 11
a.m.
up to
2 p.m.
And then thereafter, Quach comes in,
and drives you
takes
home.
you home on Spice Drive. And then the adults in the room
Barbara and Karigo
from
7 to 10 p.m.
Okay. It's now 10 a.m.
All right.
Have a lovely day.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newsroom. Dennis Aseto. Kimilili MP Didmus Barasa has denied allegations that he is hiding from the police after number plates of vehicle allegedly belonging to the government was given a private number plate and branded with his campaign materials. Speaking exclusively to SpiceFM Situation Room, Barasa said he had already met with the police over the issue, adding that the allegations were reported by his competitor.
I already met with the police yesterday, and the origin of the complaint was I have a competitor in the name of Brian Hayamba who tweeted 3 days ago tagging the IG, the DCI, and as a responsive police force,